string all the way back. So good.
So what I'm suggesting for
I've broken it.
yes, you use one of these.
Yes, yeah, I was going to order
Use
one. Hey, where's that coming from?
So HDMI in, USB out.
Where? The computer. Yeah, okay.
This will be offline, and we literally just use VGA. So that I bought a scaler, X1 scaler.
Yes, mate.
What's left?
I'm going to go. I'm starting the stream. Do you need anything though, or? We're no, we're good. We're good. Alright.
So there you have X1 scaler.
Yeah.
And I suspect that the output of that thing is not so straightforward.
There you go. Yeah.
Just because the euro of it.
Mics are off. There might be track mics you're hearing, but
it really changed it a hell of a lot with the water pump. Maybe shootout.
Have you guys got the mic up?
No, not now.
Because they can hear conversations down there.
Well, welcome everybody to Friday Night Lights, brought to you by Aeroflow Performance and this evening, Growl Racing. We're here at Sydney Dragway. My name's Pat Elliott, and I'm joined this evening with the venerable Stephen Bush.
Thank you very much, Pat. I hope everyone's had a fantastic week and has certainly picked a good way to finish off the working week here at Sydney Dragway with some fantastic quick runs down the quarter mile. We've got a reasonable selection of different types of cars out the back already.
We sure do.
And the smell of E85 and racing fuel was definitely in the breeze.
Absolutely, Bushy, you're not wrong. There's some cool cars lined up to race already. I can see that killer VE Commodore down there at the front of lane 2. I can see some beautiful Falcons down there. I can see a really nice looking Supra in the lane. I can see Zeus, Rob Margin, has brought Zeus out and the Croydon boys to get a couple of laps in. And what a brilliant event this has just turned out to be. You know, Friday Night Lights, we've got everything from, you know, cars that will run in the 5-second bracket all the way through the regular, you know, off-street cars that are out here to get some laps after work on a Friday night. We've even got the Growl Racing guys that have come down in a great partnership with Sydney Dragway. And we've got a great show and shine set up down near the scrutineering shed. It's all happening on a Friday night. Where else would you rather be?
Fantastic. It's all about building a little bit of atmosphere, not only on the racing surface, but also down in the pits as well. I heard a couple of the cars when I was driving in. They've got, I think, quite an extensive amount of money spent on their stereo system. Yeah. So, yeah, I know that's certainly going to...
yeah, there's a bit of everything down there. There's the Base Wars guys are down there. We've got some Sex Spec cars, you know, still hanging around the show scene. Some cool street cars. We've got, like we said, you know, Rob Margin, Pro Mod, basically, or Factory Extreme, whichever you want to tick the box of today. We've got cool street cars racing. We've got rotaries. We've got V8s. We've got 6s. We've got 4-cylinders. It's just one for everything.
It's exactly right, Pat, and that is what tonight is all about, is to give everybody the opportunity to come out on a more racetrack prep condition, as opposed to our Wednesday nights where the track is prepared to run street cars on.
Yes.
And I know that sometimes we do get a higher horsepower car and they do... I'll say struggle a little bit to get the traction that they expect, but we fix that on tonight with definitely a little bit more traction compound down there because, let's face it, a lot of the cars that are here tonight have the driveline that's actually able to
handle it.
Handle the non-slip arrangement that they'll be put through.
Absolutely. Yeah, I saw the boys from CV down there. Con said, he goes, just give it a little bit more of a squirt down there on the on the start line. I said, I'll tell them. I'll tell them. They won't listen to me, but I'll tell them. So, yeah, no, it's looking good. We've got that VE down there, new converter in that car, which that car's gone 680s, I believe. Previously, which you wouldn't probably guess from looking at it because it appears on the outside, pretty normal Commodore.
It does, doesn't it?
But, there's plenty of cool stuff down there. I can see, I think that's a VF Maloo Ute with, I think it's a big turbo combination that's down in lane 3. And, some of our regular racers taking the opportunity to get some laps in on a really nice surface. So let's see what we've got. I can see the VE making its way through the tunnel right now, so we're about to get started with some racing.
And that's it. And of course, next Saturday is the next round of the New South Wales Track Championship Series. So some of our racers might be out doing some more practice, if you like, for that event.
Yep, working on reaction times and again taking advantage of the surface that's going to be similar to the Track Champ prep.
Yep, because as I said on Wednesday night, there was a number of, I don't know how much of the Nitro Champs you're able to tune in to, or
not a great deal, unfortunately. I was down at Motor X.
I know you're engaged elsewhere, but certainly there was on the Saturday. There was a number of modified races. I think it counted 5 or 6 in a row, where they were all within a few thousandths of each other at the finish line, like 2,000, 3,000, 4,000ths of a second was the win margin. So it certainly just goes to show how tough the sportsman racing is.
Wow, isn't modified one of the most tightly contested categories in the whole sportsman range, really? So, yeah, it's great to see those guys getting out and showing everyone what sportsman racing's about. But, you know, everyone wants to see the nitro cars and, you know, the funny cars and the dragsters and all that sort of thing. But, you know, sportsman races are really the backbone of drag racing in Australia because they're the ones doing it week in, week out, right?
Exactly right. And I think that, as I said at the presentation, that everybody put on a fantastic event over last weekend, and I was rapt to be part of it. I know Adam certainly was as well, and commented socially on that. So, yeah, and we were talking off air about Alan Reinhardt and how awesome it was to have him in the box up here with us, and the wealth of knowledge that guy's got.
Oh man, just like he's got a story about every category, every car that he sees.
But the beauty is he knows how to deliver it too.
Absolutely. Yep. I was very jealous. I was very jealous, but I was enjoying watching him. So yeah, that was really cool. All right, we can see we've got the VE up into pre-stage there in the rocket lane. Coming up on the two-step. Let's see what that new converter can do. I can see the flames. It's got the pipes out the side. Gets away a little bit of wheel spin off the line for that first pass, but nothing untoward happening, but it's the first one of the night. So the guys will do a little bit of data analysis, maybe check some tyre pressures, check some four-link setup, shocks, all that sort of thing. Maybe knock 100 or 2 RPM out of the two-step and bring it back around for another pass.
Dumb question. Probably the first of a few tonight.
Nah.
Is there any run-in with a converter?
Not really.
No.
I think the biggest thing is you've got to suck it and see.
Yeah.
Basically, you've got to wait until it goes in. So, once you've got that in the car and it's up to the line, you find out what it actually does. But
if you've ever wanted to see what Rob Margin goes through, we're about to see. Adam's been given permission and has put one of our cameras on board the R35.
This is going to be really cool. We've got onboard cam with Zeus. So Rob's obviously going to go through his process here. He's going to get the car into position to do the burnout. So let's listen and watch.
Very crossed up at the end of the burnout there.
It's that's a burnout with gusto, I think you would suggest. But yeah, really precise bit of machinery. This car's been through a lot of development, I guess you would say. Obviously, the Growl Racing developments guys have put lots and lots of hours in. They've also employed the services of Craig Burns, SCF Race Cars, to get this thing really straightened out. Recently gone to a clutch for the transmission as opposed to traditional auto.
Yeah, which is kind of, I wouldn't say strange, but there seemed to be a bit of a movement towards everybody using just the converter for a little while.
Yeah.
Obviously, the team's seeing something different in their combination that allows them, you know, that they believe that is the way forward.
Yeah, definitely. Well, I mean, converters in turbo cars can be tricky because you need it to work in two ways, right?
Yes.
You need it to be loose enough so that you can get the RPM up, so that you can stall and build boost on the two-step. But you also need it to be, you need it to have enough positive drive, enough lock-up, effectively, so that you're transferring that power down the track rather than just blowing through the converter. Whereas the clutch lets you have the best of both worlds. And you know, having the converter balance between those two different applications is even harder when you've got a smaller capacity engine. So it's got less torque without the boost. So it makes it really tricky. So yeah, I think this is a good move.
Yeah, so the window's a lot smaller. It's even smaller again.
Absolutely, yeah. All right, let's see. Rob's going to bring it up on the two-step. He's going to bump it in to full stage. Here we go. A little bit of creep as he was on the two-step there, and wanted to just chuck the tyres off on that hit, but as you can see, the violence of the launch of that car knocked out the onboard camera almost instantly. But nonetheless, just like the previous pass, the boys from CRD will get the car back, they'll have a look at some data, they'll figure out what they need to adjust on that one, and go from there. But so awesome to see these, you know, world-class caliber cars out here at Sydney Dragway on a Friday night.
Yes.
You know, knocked off work.
Yep.
Didn't stop at the pub. Came straight to Sydney Dragway.
Or the workshop.
Yeah.
They probably stopped at the workshop to get
Yep.
the car to come in.
And then come on down to Friday Night Lights here at Sydney Dragway. Proudly brought to you by Aeroflow Performance and Growl Racing tonight.
I think it'd be interesting to talk to Rob about what all the, if he'd be willing to tell us what all of the signals are on the dash there. I noticed as he was going, he'd put his foot on the brake and it'd show something, or you know what I mean, like it'd change screens and then come back to, I couldn't read obviously what was on the screen. But
certainly a bit of Christmas tree action happening there as well.
Yeah,
There's all of the lights coming up on that Motec dash. So great to see. This is another killer car here, the VL Walkinshaw Tribute. Twin turbo combination on this one's run very quick. Gets out of the hole really nicely. 1-2-3 60-foot for the VL in the Rocket Lane. It's going to make a full pass down there. Crosses the line at 776 with a 5 at 179 mile per hour. Looked like it was doing it easy. Yeah, very much so. It got out of the start line very, very nicely. Dead straight down the center of the lane as well. Yep, absolutely beautiful. I think I remember a little while ago, Bushy, when I was commentating, that car was out here. Could have been the last Friday Night Lights, possibly. Perhaps, and I think they changed a couple of things in the combination. And there was a few teething, gremlins, as it does. But they certainly got that figured out. It's a good way to start the night off with 776. All right, I think this is the Holden Maloo you were talking about. That you saw. Big turbo combination, I believe. Yeah, we could hear it whistling away in the burnout, that's for sure. No shortage of horsepower going through those rear tyres. Yes, certainly no shortage of horsepower at all, trying to overcome the available traction there. Not a lot of RPM on board by the sound of things on the two-step there, or just on the brake. Now, after all of that, still went 104 to half track and 140 at the finish line. Yeah, absolutely. No shortage on horsepower at all for that one. That's Blaine Bull down there in the Falcon. Yep. One of our regular track champ competitors. Taking the little Datsun 1200 down there. There's a couple of Datsun 1200 utes here tonight. Yep. Oh, just dropped the indicator on it. Only one. Just one. I don't know who's dropped the hazards. Maybe one of the bulbs is out. 962 with an 8 at 143 for the Datsun in the Aeroflow lane. 1121 at 119. Excuse me, Bushy. That's right. That's cool. Okay, so another regular that we've seen in the Aeroflow lane down there. I believe that's Mark Arblaster in the Big Val. Yeah, that's Paul 440, I think it's been known as, the Big V8. Another single turbo LS combination. Is this different to the one he had before? I thought the other one had more green in it. Yeah, well, quite possibly. I've got to, it's hard to keep up with. Sometimes it is. He has a trip to America, he comes back, he's got a new tow car, it's full of gearboxes and engines that he's brought back at the same time. Maybe he's brought a new race car, but no, I think it's the same car still. Gets away cleanly. He's got a bit of a steer job as he gets through the 330 and past half track. He's gathered it back up. Arblaster crosses the line at 876 with a 3 at 156 mile per hour. And the S15 in the Rocket Lane at 971 with an 8 at 140. Nice pass out of both those cars there. The Arblaster looked a little bit smoky when he left the start line. There is a little bit of dust down at the bottom end of the racetrack. I think everything's okay. That's all the tail light disappear around the corner. Seems like it's all good. Not too much of a drama there, just a little spot check in the Rocket Lane from S15. I did see a nitrous sticker on the back of that S15, so might have a little bit more to come. Pretty sure I can see a nitrous sticker on the VL down there as well, Pat. Yep, absolutely. It sounded like a pretty stout, maybe RB30 in that, possibly. I'm not sure. Didn't sound like it had the big RPM that an RB normally has. It did have a slightly different engine note to what we're used to, but surely it couldn't be one of those sneaky barra swaps in a Commodore. Oh, he'd upset a few people both ways, I think, that way. Yeah.
Although it's not, it wouldn't be the first to put a barrier in a hole.
Not at all. No, it's been quite effective to those that have done it. And we've got a pretty cool little, maybe a rally art Lancer in the rocket lane there. It'll be one of our regular street competitors.
Yeah, it goes out and runs an 8.5 at 170 mile an hour.
I'm all for it.
Me too. I didn't say I was against it.
Yeah, no. We might be slightly biased in our own personal preferences, but at the end of the day, if it's fast, it's cool. We're here for it. The rally out does get away from the line pretty nice, actually, for a street car. 179.60 is nothing to sneeze at. As we hear the VL, trying to bring it up on the converter, gets away. A little bit of maybe a stumble there, possibly some.
Unfortunately, look like he's rolled the beam there, Pat.
Yeah, yes.
So we're not going to get a true indication, but 11.99 with a 114 mile out of the Lancer.
Yeah, that's a pretty quick Lancer.
Yeah.
11.99. You'd think twice about racing that at the traffic lights. Not that anyone would race at the traffic lights.
Well, I know that it'd outdo any of my cars, that's for sure.
Certainly outdoes mine at the moment. Got no engine in it.
Oh, you're one of those saving fuel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Certainly saving fuel. Cost of living. I took my roof racks off, I pumped my tyres up, and I took my engine and gearbox out. Stripped the entire interior.
Cut a hole in the floor.
It's going to be so efficient. Good deal. All right, so we've got FG Falcon up against VL Commodore. Let's see what we got on this pass. Falcon gets away cleanly. A bit more on board with the VL. Let's see what it's got to chase it down. The Falcon's putting its power to the use at the back end of the track. It will get there first.
Yeah.
12.34 with a 6 at 120 mile per hour.
And a 10.70 at 135 for the VL. VL looked like it almost sort of just drove away from the start line. It still managed 135 mile an hour at the finish line.
Certainly a lot more in that one, I think. If my eyes are not deceiving me, I think I can see a BK race engine sticker on the back of that X. I'm going to say it's an XE or XF Falcon coming up to the line now. We always know that that means there's horsepower on board. And then we've got, I think, a CV sticker on the back of the Falcon in the other lane, in the rocket lane. So let's see if we've got NA small block power up against Arrow power.
Oh, lifting
small block gets away.
Lifting the left front.
And a bit of a squirm from the Falcon as well. This is actually going to be an interesting race when we get to the stripe there. It looks like the XE's buttoned off at 10.42 at 138 for the FG Falcon. Very nice, and obviously an aborted pass for the Falcon in the Aeroflow.
Yeah, he was out of the throttle before the half-track mark there, Pat.
Yep.
It certainly launched nicely. Just lifted that left front momentarily.
Yep.
There are old Holdens down there going through their burnout procedure. Sedan in the Aeroflow lane. HQ, a regular racer here. Sydney Dragway.
Pretty nice. We're building some boost.
Yeah.
In the rocket lane. It's going to lay the horsepower down as it gets away. I would say a leisurely 60 foot from the U in the rocket lane at 2.0. Not a lot of boost on board from the sounds thing. Still crosses the line at a 12.147 at 115 mile per hour.
And a 14.98 with a 98 with a 5.91 miles an hour for the HQ in the Aeroflow lane.
It didn't seem like it got off the line the way it normally does either. Go another BK powered XE. By the looks of it, I think this might have been in the car park at Rocket just earlier today.
Oh, okay. Getting some last minute supplies.
Getting some little bits and pieces. Yep. You all checked out the wagon in the rocket lane. Whoa! Really wild launch from the V wagon in the rocket lane. Bit of a steer job there. Red light for the Aeroflow lane, but the Falcon goes 11.77 with a 5 at 106. V aboard the run before half track as well. I think 18.99 and 45. Obviously not representative, but a lot of performance potential happening there. All right, a couple more cars coming up here. I can see a late model Nissan. What did they end up calling that? Nissan 400Z? Fair Lady said, I can't remember, I think it was 400. They call it. It's got sort of a slightly detuned version, a slightly smaller capacity twin turbo V6 like the GTR, but rear wheel drive only. Really nice car by all means. That's good both in a straight line and around the corners. And it's up against one of its JDM kin rivals. We've got the FL5 Type R Honda Civic in the Aeroflow lane. These things are a cool car. I tell you what, they're a lot bigger than Honda Civics used to be. Like most cars these days, they're a lot bigger, but they've got a lot more horsepower, they've got a lot more brakes, they go around corners just as well as anything could hope for. Let's see what the Civic has up against the Nissan. This one, Civic just edging into full stage. Here we go, lights are on. Both drivers a little hesitant on the green light, but looks like the Civic has got the launch. It's going to make it to the half track. It looks like it might even keep its nose in the front the whole way down. Z giving chase, but 13.74 at 106 for the Aeroflow lane, a 14.02 at 110 for the Z. They've got a good bit of Holden versus Ford rivalry coming up for our next pairing. VX Commodore in the Aeroflow lane, FG Falcon in the Rocket lane. Let's see what they've got. Enthusiastic burnouts from both entrants down there in both lanes. That's pretty keen. It is cool out there though. We understand that it's getting cool, so you want to get a bit of temperature into those tyres before you make a pass. Worked a treat for both cars actually. The VX gets away really nicely, and the Falcon not too far behind it, but VX is certainly going to get there first. 1080 with a 3 at 110 mile per hour to an 1170 at 115. Look at the 60 foot between those two cars. Bushy, it's a couple of thousands different.
It was a good launch from both cars. We have touched on that before, haven't we, Pat, in terms of doing a too big a burnout. Not that there is such a thing from a spectacle, but from a performance level, I'm just clarifying. Sometimes a too big a burnout can actually be a negative, depending on what sort of tyre you're running, of course.
Particularly with a radial tyre. Yeah, you know, I mean, you want to, I mean, slicks don't need an enormous burnout, but it just depends on the whole combination. You know, it depends on the track surface, depends on the ambient temperature. Obviously, the colder it is, the more heat you might need to get into it to get that heat through to the carcass of the tyre to increase the pressure. Yeah, it just depends on what everyone needs, but certainly with a radial tyre, huge burnouts are not good because they already have quite a soft compound compared to a traditional slick, and you just overheat that compound, and even more so with a regular street tyre. If you've brought your regular car out here that's got a normal everyday street tyre that's got to work in all conditions from stone cold to 40 degrees, wet, dry, everything in between, they're just not designed for a massive burnout, and you melt the surface.
Yes, because obviously you look at the tread pattern of the actual contact area that you have on the track or surface at any one time is not a big surface area.
Not huge,
and then, although fun, you go on superheated doing a massive burnout. All those rubber blocks just go, they go to turn
wiggle around all over the place. Yeah, that's right. So a lot more stability out of a purpose-built racing tyre. You know, we've just gone through a lot of R&D with the new XTR radial tyres from Aeroflow, and that's been an awesome experience.
See what I did there, Pat?
Yes, I do. I felt it coming, Bushy. So, as we've got two Commodores heading off, the Mustang and the Commodore heading off down the strip there. Mustang rounded him up in the end. But, yeah, we've done a huge amount of development with those tyres, and the results have been great. But it's also let us see the difference between, you know, starting pressures, wheel sizes, you know, the size of the burnout, all of those things. Has been really, really good.
Well, I think that the beauty of that for you guys too is it helps you actually sell the product to your customers as well. You know, like
absolutely.
It's not just I've got this out of a catalogue and the technical guy says, oh, this and this, but you know, you physically, we found, you know, if someone comes to you and says, oh, my car's doing this off the start line, you can go, well, in our testing, we found XYZ worked.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I had just that conversation with the guys from CV downstairs. You know, talking to the driver of the VE Commodore. So, yeah, it's been a great experience, a great development process, and yeah, they're just kicking goals. So can't wait to get more sizes in and see more of them out here at Sydney Dragway. So wouldn't be surprised if there's a couple floating around tonight.
Yeah, nice.
As we see Peter Finianos down there in that 2J powered RX-8 in the Aeroflow lanes, done a nice burnout there, and of course Ahan Setne with the Supra. It's the I think the Asai House sponsorship on the door.
Well, I know two very cool cars sitting down on the start line right now.
Yep. One originally having a 2J in it, the other one having quite the opposite. RX-8, of course, being rotary powered out of the factory, but the boys at Gas Racing have fixed that. I'd say fixed that tongue-in-cheek, but they've provided the 2J power plant, I should say.
Yep.
Let's see, both of these cars pack quite a big punch, so let's see what we can get out of them tonight.
I'd imagine the RX-8, even from the factory, would be lighter than the Supra, being a smaller car.
Well, yeah, I mean, you could probably suggest that, but it's funny, you know, you look at a lot of cars that seem big, but they're not actually that heavy, particularly older design cars, you know, there's just less of them.
Yes.
You know, less safety gear and bracing and thinner intrusion bars, all that sort of stuff. So, but let's see. On the tyres, off the hit for Finianos. Setne gets away well, but the car wanted to have a really close look at some of the sponsors on the wall in the rocket lane. So Ahan quite expertly backed out of that rather than trying to chase it. A 131.60 is not a bad way to start the night for that car. So really nice. They might just slow down the ramp a little bit, possibly, to get that car out of the hole a little further before they lay the power in.
Isn't that the beauty of a lot of the tuning methods that these drivers and crew can employ with these cars? The tunability just allows them to adapt to basically any sort of condition that they might be faced with. But I guess it's a matter of determining how much or how little to change the tune-up from their baseline.
Certainly, yeah. And what method, you know, and that's where the really good tuners or you know, car chiefs or however you want to say it, depending on what category's racing, that's where they really earn their money, because they're going to say, no, that just needed maybe a little bit more pressure in tyres, or no, we're going to adjust the suspension.
Yeah, rather than
maybe pull some power,
rather
or
than
whatever.
taking power as their other option.
Yep, exactly right. There's so many different weapons that you can choose from the arsenal when it comes to tuning specifically a modern day car as well. Yes. You've got, you know, so many different functions within the software. Even in, you know, carby cars, if they're a 4-link setup, the way that the shocks are tuned these days, you know, there's just so much more to be done. That if you can understand and grasp what's happening with that car, with just say like a 60-foot pass, and then go, okay, I'm going to change this, and it'll make it better. That's worth lots.
And I think that's something that we see a lot of drivers and crew chasing now, is actually the acquisition of what the car's doing, not necessarily how to adjust it. It's actually seeing what the car's or bike's doing and then going, okay, I now want to do this, this, and this. As we see a great launch out of the Tirana, I think it is, in the rocket lane there, Pat.
Wow, that thing was just on a slingshot. Got off the line. Nice. Not an incredible, I mean, 136 is still a very fast 60-foot time, but yeah, nothing absolutely amazing. But man, it shot off like a stung cat. Yeah.
It did, and then out of the throttle a bit past half track.
Unreal. Yeah, there's so much to take from cars, and also it's not always about taking something out. Sometimes it can be about putting something in. Especially a big tyre car, clutch car. Sometimes it needs more power to overcome the amount of traction that it's got, which can always be a little bit different. So, as we see Eddie Howatch, the Enviro Racing RX-7 coming up in the rocket lane. Guys are going to make a nice test pass out here. First one of the night for them. I think Eddie's also got his RX3.
Oh, cool.
Out here tonight. I think, and his daughter, I believe, is running too in her RX3.
Yeah,
so
they both raced. It might have been the last Friday Night Lights or a street meet just before Jambo.
Yep. Another factory rotary car that's gone to the 2J.
Yes.
It's a bit of a theme happening here.
Well, I think this car certainly responded very well to the 2J, and just going back to what you were saying about making adjustments outside of pulling power out of engine tunes and that sort of thing.
Yep.
I think this team was one of those. The car was turning to the left or to the right. I can't remember.
Yep.
Simple fix. After many adjustments, they just turned the car on the start line.
Yeah, that's right. Lined it up, pointing sort of a little bit to the right, and that's just the nature of the chassis, the way it goes.
We've seen other races that when they do their burnouts, they line up right over to the right-hand side of the racetrack when they're in the water box.
Yep.
Comes up on the tyre, bounces across, straight down the middle. By the time it gets to the start line, it's right down the centre of the racetrack.
Yep. Absolutely. I think the gas racing Celica was similar to that as well.
That was the car I was referring to, yeah.
Yep.
And how do you find that out? Seat
laps.
Time. Seat
Just
time,
laps and laps. Yep. Exactly right. That's why there's no silver bullet when it comes to drag racing. You can buy all the best things in the world.
Yep.
But if you don't know where to put them, how to set it up, how to tune it, how to drive it, it's absolutely nothing. So there is no replacement for seat time.
I think that's a very good point you make there. You can have everything, but if the driver doesn't do the same thing every time, and that doesn't matter what class they're in, it's very hard to get that baseline.
That's right. I guess that's why juniors are so important for the future of drag racing, right? You get the juniors out here. They're not worried about, having too much power for the track.
No.
They're just worried about doing the same thing every time. So here we go. Eddie Hoach in the Enviro racing car. Gets off the line. Bit of a steer job, but he stays into it. Hoach crosses half track.
Still.
4.13 with a 7 and aborts the run.
Now, he was up on that steering wheel pad at
I don't think he got off it.
180 mile an hour.
That was moving. Very nice. So he's all safe down the end there by the looks of things. The car's going around around to the return road now, but I think maybe when the chute came out, or maybe it was the exhaust or something, moved one of the timing blocks further down the track. So the guys are going to run down there and get that back into position before we do the next pass, and they might just have a quick look at the track too.
And we can also have a quick look at the replay, Pat.
Oh, replay. Here we go.
Here we go. Eyes on the big screen.
Here it goes.
See the car moving around to the left, wanting to go to the center line. Got to half track and said, I want to have another go. And there's that block just blew across, I think, when he pulled the parachute.
Maybe the chute. Yep. No, that was... can we say that one more time?
We can.
Beautiful.
We can continue to watch it.
Let's have a look at the launch and watch the rear end. See the rear tires just hop a couple. It hits the bars, hits the wheelie bars, has a little bit of maybe a quarter rotation of the tire, and that really slingshots.
Yes.
When you get that extra little bit of rotation, the extra bit of wheel speed out of the car, it slingshots the car down the track. And Eddie did exactly what he had to, which was hold on and steer.
Yeah.
So good job.
Because I think some cars you set them up so that they actually do spin the tire.
Yeah.
Like, not continuously. You might just get one rotation, which I think would be very, very tricky to just get that RPM up on the hip rather than dead hook it. And
that's right. Dead hook just pulls the engine right down. So especially, it comes back to thinking about capacity. It comes back to thinking about how much clutch you've got in it, what sort of combination you've got working there.
Yep.
If you have that little bit of the fastest way out of the hole is with a certain amount of wheel slip.
Yeah.
I think there is a mathematical equation for it.
Yes.
But I'm certainly not that person. But you definitely want to have a little bit of wheel speed as it comes off the line, because it just keeps everything working. It also allows the rear end to continue to move the way that it wants to move, whether it's a squat setup, whether it's a separation setup, whatever it needs to be. If that's going, and rather than dead hooking, it means that it goes through that process the way that it wants to, and it lets you keep the engine on the boil, and means that the driver has to be on the game.
Yes, very much so. And in awe of what the chassis tuners and engine tuners have to do to actually get everything to work together. If you like silver cars, this is the race for you.
Absolutely.
I think that's Simon Bonello down there in the rocket lane.
Yep. Beautiful launch from Bonello. 1-2-3, 60 foot out of the big Falcon. He's being chased by, I think, the little Tirana.
Little Tirana, yep.
In the Aeroflow lane. So a 9.027 at 146 mile per hour for Simon in the rocket lane.
And the Tirana in the Aeroflow lane, a 10.07 with an 8, 126 miles an hour.
Really cool passes. How cool are the cars that we've got coming out tonight?
Well, they'll have a go at this one down here in the Aeroflow lane. Take the parachute off and maybe delete the bonnet scoop, and it's 1964.
But how's the RPM and the thing? That's a tough little unit. Great little NA combination. What is that? Is that EH?
Yeah,
yep.
EH.
Perfect. It's got the
colour definitely screams restoration, but it's certainly not the case.
I know, it's that's a cool little thing, man. Yeah, I can't wait to hear this on song down the strip.
I have seen this a couple of times before. I can't remember if it's one to want to drag the rear bumper, but we'll find out in a very short amount of time. Into full stage now. The tree comes down, just bobs the front end up off the tarmac. A little bit of a wiggle. 1.35 to the 60. On the brakes a little bit early, but still a 9.33 with a 9 at 143 miles an hour.
I don't think anyone at General Motors Holden ever anticipated an EH Holden to go that fast.
No.
Very cool. All right, so
certainly not with the grey motor on board, that's for sure.
I dare say not. Yeah. Would have to be one hell of a big hill for that to roll down. We've got some regulars out here. We've got the guys from Dialed In Racing. The crew is back at the track, of course. We've got Corey.
They're switching seats again.
Oh, yes.
Now, Corey's wife or partner was driving the silver VT on
Lucy,
on Wednesday night. So I'm guessing, being the T25 race number, that is Lucy in that car once again. Corey in Aiden's VH Commodore, beg your pardon.
10.48 with a 2 at 127. Right, and 11.97 at 114 for Lucy in the VX. I've got a feeling they will turn the nitrous on.
Yes.
For Lucy there after a couple more passes. She's no stranger to high horsepower and high octane events. She's a burnout girl herself. She's got a burnout car called Goosey, which is appropriate for Lucy. She's going to take up the mantle of. She's going to try and take up the mantle of quickest female racer in the Dialed In Racing crew, I reckon. But we got someone who's going to have something to say about that at the line right now.
There might be a little bit more to play for, you reckon? 148 to the 60 foot for Sammy Joe. 100 neat on the reaction time. Will we see a 9-second pass? 10.30. They were tinkering with the nitrous jets on Wednesday night. They went from a smaller percentage to a smaller jet at a higher percentage.
Right, yep, duty cycle changes, yep. Certainly had a few things to figure out with that combination, you know. I mean, they just haven't been seeing the mile per hour that they should be relative to the horsepower that they've seen on the dyno with the nitrous system. So certainly some things to figure out there, but Sammy is consistent as always. I think she's coming after Joe Sorbello's crown of here the most often. that green machine is here all the time, which is awesome to see.
Certainly seems the case. We can see on the big screen our next driver chauffeur will be King FPV on the screen. He'll go through his burnout procedure. 022 on the tree for the rear engine dragster in the rocket lane and through the finish line. 790 with a 6, 164 miles an hour. See the crew there encouraging him to keep the RPM up across the start line.
Yep. Good to see Anthony back up here. They've certainly made some laps in this ute here at Sydney Dragway, being from Melbourne. Cars.
This has gone like really low sevens, hasn't it?
Yep.
Yeah. think I saw that on social media, like at 190 something mile an hour.
Yeah, it's got all of the fruit under the bonnet, that's for sure. I think it's got the billet engine in it now, so it's capable of making all of the horsepower. And not to take anything away from Martin Whelan in the rocket lane down there in the BA Falcon Lizzo. Let's go. Both get off the line, really, but just a little bit too much horsepower from King FPV. After the 60, started to char the tyres up a little bit there, but it was nice and straight. Really nice pass from Whelan in the rocket lane, 8:42 with a 1 at 174 miles per hour. That's getting it done.
Yeah, the ute looked like it was right. If it had gone another 10 feet, I reckon it would have got through that zone and we would have seen a number. It was right on the edge there, but
absolutely.
You know, nice onboards though. Nice little Tirana going through the burnout procedure down there.
Up against a cool R33 Skyline in the rocket lane.
I don't mind that shade blue, Pat.
No,
it's
I
a little
think
bit different.
It's working. It reminds me of sort of the LM, the Le Mans style version. So very cool. Didn't really want to get up on the converter and make some boost there though. So maybe not the burnout they were looking for.
They need one of those little yellow triangles on the back window.
Possibly. Right, we got Tirana in full stage there, but a little bit premature.
All right, the Skyline coming up to join the party.
Just going to give the Tirana the opportunity to come back out of stage and then get back in there, obviously. There's no championship on the line here tonight, so we've got a little bit of extra time for everyone to get the run that they deserve.
But there is a sheep station.
There's some sheep stations, so let's get after it. Here we go, green light. Tirana off the hit. Whoa, a lot of wheel spin from everyone down there. Big bash of the limiter and backfire from the Nissan. Tirana ends up running it out the back door at 972 with a 162 miles per hour. There's quite a healthy dose of nitrous on board that Tirana.
Definitely 024 on the Pro Tree too, Pat. So nothing too shabby about that leave. But as you say, there was a little bit of wheel spin out of both cars.
No shortage of horsepower from this supercharged HQ.
I nominate the this HQ, Adam, next on board for you. We can. Oof. Please. Please.
It's rowdy.
Yeah, well, it's Pro-Charged big block.
Yeah, that'll do it.
So I think, and it's a 5. It's not just a 454. I think it's like a 540 or something like that.
Nice. Wow, yeah, that's getting on. I like. There was a nice timing retard there off the line just to get the tires under it, and then man, it opened up and off it early. 873 with an 8 at 128 miles per hour.
141 at half track.
Oof.
We could both. You can physically see how quick that big car gets to like 200 feet, and then how it accelerates out to half track.
Man. It was, I saw it come off the line. I'm like, okay. And then it came back in. You could see it just had that, I'm assuming, of course, because I'm not in the car, but I'm assuming it had a little bit of a timing retard to allow it to get off the line with full throttle. And then, it just ramped it all straight back in. So, man, that would be a wild ride.
Yeah, definitely. You'd feel that in the seat, that's for sure.
Cool. Absolutely.
I was surprised that Alan Reinhardt was saying in one of the discussions he was having about tuning a nitro engine. I mean, you're probably all over this, Pat, but he was saying that the fuel cars run somewhere in the vicinity of 50 to 60 degrees advanced on the timing because of the burn nature of the fuel, and that they basically leave the start line and then all of a sudden it's just back to very little advance to basically kill the engine off, get through that shake zone, and then
throw it all back in.
Throw it all back in.
And eat its way towards 50 odd pounds of boost and 50 something degrees worth of timing. All of the clutch lock up. And hopefully somewhere close to 12,000 horsepower.
Yeah, it's pretty scary, isn't it, when you consider what they're putting all of those components through in those cars and how they manage to get them down the racetrack time and time again. Like there was, I think, 4 cars came out on the Friday afternoon, and we were sort of spinning it as, this is a bit of a test. Yeah. I think both cars went like 371 or something like that. But I guess,
just going to go for a stroll down the...
But I guess... you take the opportunity if it feels good, and the drivers know. They would know if they're on a reasonable number.
Well, and it costs so much to get those cars down the track.
Yes.
Being a nitro, top fuel car, that why would you just send it down for a half-track pass unless you had something that you had to figure out in the, like a planned shot off or whatever.
You've spent $9,000 of your 10 to get to that point.
Exactly right. Yeah. So you might as well just send it the whole way.
Yeah.
And get some proper data.
We say that very casually. We're not paying the bill.
That's right.
But certainly, we were quite surprised to see those sorts of times, off the trailer, and we're rapt to see it, of course. But all of our professional categories put on a fantastic show over the weekend, and some great numbers in some of the categories too for the professional series, but also our sportsman series. It was 300 entries across the weekend. Was fabulous.
Huge turnout. And the dedication as well. Like you got a feel for them on Sunday. It was semi-final at I think 9 a.m. and then the actual final at 5:30 or thereabouts in the afternoon. So that's a huge day for those guys, and and the kids as well, because the juniors are out there, of course. So that's a big day. But geez, if you've got to wait around somewhere all day, you might as well wait around watching Top Fuel as well.
Exactly right. I mean, definitely entertained, but it's certainly to keep the energy level up, I guess, would be a little bit tricky. Getting to that point and then go, sweet, I'm in the final. You're amped for that, but you've got to try and hold that all day. As I said, the sportsman races put on a great show, as did our professional series races, and the commitment to travel. There were so many teams from all over Australia. We had two teams from New Zealand. Yeah. That was fantastic to see, of course. But just to travel these vast distances, towing a trailer and or a big truck or whatever their vehicles were. To come to Sydney Dragway and in some cases, first round you're racing your mate from the same state sort of thing. It must be a bit of a shame, but
That's right.
it is what it is. And we saw some great runs across all of our categories. I think there was 48 qualified juniors. There was a good show in the bikes as well. Some great riding in our junior bikes. Saw one of the competitors quite a big wheel stand and was a little bit arms and legs everywhere, but managed to stay on. And congratulations to him for doing that, because I would have been. I know you're a bike rider. I wouldn't have been on it anymore.
Yeah, well, I mean, normally when the feet come off the pegs, that's when you really have to worry, and it's usually not good after that. But if they manage to gather it up, and the front wheel and tyre is still round as opposed to square, then you're good to go, right?
Yes, exactly right.
Just want to go full wrist the next time out.
Yeah, well, not quite sure.
I think we might just be double checking the big end, possibly, and then figuring out who we're going to let have the next pass. I think we're going to get some bikes out. So I can see some bikes down in the lanes.
They're junior. That's Anastasia Lucky, I think.
Yeah, I think so. And we've got a junior dragster down there as well, so might just have to...
That's exactly what's happening, Pat.
Yep. We'll have to get the safety provisions in place down at that early exit gate.
Yes.
Make sure that that's all good to go for the juniors. But good to see Anastasia coming out. She's really been going from strength to strength the last year or so.
Yes, very much so. She took home the Coral Dyer Award for last year's championship, which was the highest points winning female in the New South Wales Track Championship for last year. So that was a good effort and reward for continually coming out and running the rounds.
Certainly one of the most dedicated junior racers that we have. Not to say that any of them are any less, but yeah, Anastasia and crew have done a great job getting out there. So I think we're going to have the drags to go through first, perhaps.
Yeah, I can see Anastasia there at the staging lane still, and the junior got pushed under the tunnel. So
it's hard not to see Anastasia with the Dayglow yellow bike and the pink highlights on the suit, which is cool. 666 Racing Custom behind her project there, which is cool.
Okay, so it's the C Junior Dragster coming out. DSA doing some licensing, of course. C Junior telling us it's one of the younger competitors, limited to a 12 flat. Of course, over the 8th mile here at Sydney Dragway and all of our racetracks around Australia. Did quite a little bit of racing across the road on quarter mile timers because they didn't have 8th mile.
Yeah, back in the day.
I think all the poor motor did is rev its guts out for another 200 metres. There was nothing left.
No, nothing left. Full engagement of the clutch and hopes and prayers. Yeah, it's interesting. We do love, obviously, quarter mile racing here in Australia, but geez, the 8th mile stuff is gaining a lot of popularity.
Yeah.
I personally want to see a bit more of it here at Sydney Dragway. I think it's just a great opportunity for the quick turnaround. You know, the runs happen a little bit more often, so we'll try and figure out another promotion or another competition that can come through and do a bit more 8th mile racing here. But we all know quarter is the king. But yeah, I think there's definitely more than one way to skin a cat when it comes to drag racing, and we can get a bit more 8th mile stuff happening down here. And open up to those categories that we see, like in the States, the little gangsters sort of category that they've got over there. It's like 5:30, cut off, run what you brung sort of deal.
Yes.
Looks pretty cool.
And I mean, there's nothing, 5:30 on the 8th is fairly moving.
That's quick, yeah, that's not no slouch. All right, we've got our junior dragster just making their way in.
It's one of the J&C mower cars down there.
Yeah.
Haven't seen it out here at Sydney Dragway for a little while.
Maybe a youngster that's just tipped the calendar the right direction and is ready to start racing.
That was the first light, 253. It was left on the start line. Too shabby about that. Of course, I don't know if you heard the story, Alan Reinhardt on Friday.
Okay.
We were qualifying. It was the 3rd round of qualifying. He said, "I'll give $100 to any junior racer that cracks the 000."
Yep.
And about 2 runs later, Lily Thornton out of Victoria got it.
She got it, yeah. And he meant US dollars as well. I saw the photo.
It was $100 US $100 note.
US dollars. What is that, about 476 Australian dollars these days?
I joked and said about 4 million, but the conversion was about $140 to $139 something.
Yep. Well, that's good value.
Which I think it went up even more on the Saturday because I heard our dollar dropped overnight. So currency trade up. And Alan said, "Don't you dare spend this responsibly."
Yeah. Excellent.
So, but he went on to say that back home when they're doing the events back home, they'll throw a random prize. So they'll just like something that's not necessarily a lot of money. They'll say, okay, the 000, they call donuts at one of the tracks. So you'll go and buy a 6-pack of donuts, and that's the prize.
Beautiful.
And he said you'd be surprised how excited the people are to win such a simple prize, and it gives everybody something to aim for, something to race for, that doesn't cost the earth, and it means that it's a conversation starter. He said that there's another track local to him where the one of the racers owns quite a successful food chain.
Oh, yep.
And so they put up a small prize again.
Yep.
But the only way you actually get this prize even outside of drag racing is the owner gives you the card. It's like a free burger meal, whatever.
Yep. Okay.
So most racers don't bother. They don't cash it.
Yeah,
right?
sure.
So they put it in the pool room, so to speak, in the trophy cabinet.
I got
right?
one.
Yeah, I got one. So smart. The business owner gets all of this promotion.
Absolutely, it doesn't have to give me anything. It's the cost of a business card or certificate, whatever it is. Yeah, that's awesome.
All right, so that's Anastasia Lucky on the start line now, leaving the start line. Running through the gears across the finish line, 10.10, 69.9 miles an hour through the finish line.
So who have we got up next? A couple more two-wheeled competitors.
See down there, Jesse Barnes is one of them in the in the rocket lane.
See Jesse back here again. We're just waiting for Anastasia to transit the end of the braking area there.
And there we go.
She's around.
We need to invest in a pair of binoculars. That well, Alan had a set. I know. Keep going
professional.
About. They were unreal.
Yeah.
They had like a rangefinder in, so he could point at something and go, "That's 400 feet away."
Yeah, right.
And then you could look at the sand trap, see the sand trap, instantly look at the Christmas tree and see the Christmas tree.
That's
Didn't
brilliant.
have to focus.
Oh wow, it was autofocus.
They were. Yeah.
Well, you know, he's been doing it long enough. He deserves to treat himself to some fancy binoculars.
It's making his life much easier. That's
Do you reckon
for sure.
we can requisition a couple of pairs, you know, for us up here?
But we could ask. But
well, there's no harm in asking, right?
Yeah, that's all right. It's either going to be a 3-letter answer or a 2. All right, both races up at the start line. Jesse Barnes in the rocket lane. Just had a bit of a chat to him in scrutineering. Tonight he was at the Gulf Western Oil Nitro Champs, but he unfortunately red-lit himself out of competition. He was not very impressed with oneself, but
yeah, I mean he's a wear it on your sleeve kind of guy.
Oh, very much so.
You know, he's super passionate and such a good racer. He'll even be spitting chips in a helmet on the way down there with that bit of wheel spin coming off the line. With that, but still crosses through for a 10.28 with a 1 at 142 miles per hour to a 10.62 with a 3 at 139 in the Aeroflow lane. And it sounds like we are back around to some four-wheeled action.
Yes, we've got a little Tirana down there in the Aeroflow lane.
Yeah, Tirana and another little Datsun Ute.
Now, I'm curious to know what's in the Datto. The radiator is in the back.
Interesting.
Yes, the rear tub, the rear well is filled up with a fuel tank and a radiator.
Well, just creates more room for activities, right, in the engine bay.
Yeah, maybe a few more cylinders and a couple other things that spin around.
Yeah.
I don't know.
There's not a lot of room in them to start with, so almost.
Angle grinders and welders fix that.
That's exactly right, mate. That's exactly right. Anything's possible.
Now, this is Craig Warren down here in the Aeroflow lane.
Yeah, looks like they're going to send him on a solo, I should say. See Carolyn Hayes, 275 NOS Tirana, making its way towards the tunnel there as well. It's going to be coming through the rocket lane. Beautiful car. Carolyn getting more and more confidence racing the car as well. Nice pass for Craig Warren in the Aeroflow lane, a 155 60 foot. He crosses the stripe at 10.48 with a 7 at 128 miles per hour. And we've got the little Datsun coming up next. I wonder if this is... still sounds 4-cylinder.
Yes. It does sound turbocharged.
Yep, certainly turbocharged.
Had
Came up really quick when the burnout started there.
Had Queensland number plates on it, so maybe out of area, so to speak.
Yep.
But fantastic to have you here at Sydney Dragway.
Yep. So I was about to say it's got a lot of tyre under it, but any Datsun Ute with a tyre under it looks like it's got a lot of tyre. So,
well, I guess the saving grace is it's not a heavy car to get moving.
no. Here comes the Sport. Yeah, lots of wheel spin coming off the line there for that combination. So the guys will go back and take a little bit of data out of that, have a look at some suspension, I'd say, and some tyre pressures and whatnot. I don't think they got the burnout that they really wanted.
No.
There as well, because it did sort of come up real quick, smack the rev limiter, and then died off. So don't know a great deal about it up here, but you never know. It could be a new driver in the car, a new combination, something changed. There's still a little bit of learning and figuring out to happen. All right, we've got the VE Commodore back out from the CV Performance stable. Let's see what adjustments they've made and see if they can get a bit more of a representative pass in for this car.
Looks very gangster with the satin black, doesn't
it's
it?
all black everything.
Just that everything.
Everything. It's the only way it can be said. It's pretty good stout burnout, as you would expect. Sure, this is a 4-link car as well, so it's got a 9-inch in the back of it.
Yeah, something would tell me that the standard rear end wouldn't be enjoying.
They get pretty unhappy around the 7-second range. It's all good. Drew just double checking a couple of things.
Did you see that post a little while ago that Ford Mustang was taken from the front in the US? And the impeller,
the compressor wheel,
the compressor wheel's actually gone through.
Whole sawed the front, the one-piece front end.
I was like, what am I looking at? I was, wow.
Yeah, I'm like, oh, that's not supposed to be out of there.
No, but then the next thing is where does it go? Like we saw, Tony D. Felice did one run on Saturday, I think it was.
Yep.
In his Camaro. The Camaro door slammer. Door slammer. And there was, what's that thing spinning? It had sheared the top pulley off the blower.
Yeah, wow.
It just spun, like hit the wall and across.
Spinning everywhere, yeah.
And I mean, the RPM of that would, compared to a turbo, would be nothing.
Oh, man.
It'd be idle.
Especially, idle, yeah. That turbo's moving at, 100,000 RPM.
Yes.
When it's making power.
I've seen another video on social media where it was like a Dodge Ram truck or something like that on the dyno, and it's just, you see this big flash out the pipe because the exhaust just basically straight up through the hood, and the person filming was standing back a little bit with the phone, and you hear this ting 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 ting, ting on the concrete,
down,
like right in front of him. Here it is spinning like a top. I was like, if that hit you, you'd know all about it.
I remember watching a video from, I think it was one of the TX2K events in the States. I think the 1320 guys were covering it, and it was, I can't remember if it was a Lambo. No, it would have been a GTR because they have the turbos mounted in the front. Same deal. The guy with the camera is just sitting there. This car comes off the line. All of a sudden, you hear this zoom. You actually heard the compressor wheel go past his head. And he turns around, and there's a thing sitting against a fence there, and you're like, oh my goodness, And
lottery ticket.
That's why we have cross bolts in exhaust pipes on turbo cars. But wouldn't have helped with the one coming out through the front, though. There's no cross bolt that can help there. Here comes the VE up on the two-step. He's going to bump it in. Got plenty of boost on board. Gets off the line cleanly. Here it goes. Straight as an arrow down the Aeroflow lane here at Sydney Dragway. He crosses the line at 7.72 with an 8 at 155 mile per hour. I dare say there's plenty more power on offer, but they've got a clean pass in and plenty of data to go back.
Sounded like he was out of the throttle fractionally early there.
Yep.
But
Might have lifted a little early.
I was thinking there, because there was a little bit of time from the burnout to the actual stage, I thought it might have actually slipped on the rear tyre a little bit, but
no,
kudos to the guys.
Yeah, planted really nicely.
Yeah.
I think they just played it safe to get the car down, because even if it's not quite as fast as you want to run, you're still going to get data out of it, right? And if you get the right sort of data, or you look at the car and you go, man, that was just going to the shops, then you know that you can turn it up, right? Otherwise, if you throw too much at it, then you run the risk of bombing the tyres, you get no data, and you can't progress, right? So,
yes.
Yeah, I think that's just an A to B data gathering run, and I'll come back around.
I think you certainly need to move in the right direction before you can start chasing.
Yeah. All right, Carolyn Hayes down in the Rocket Lane. It's beautiful Tirana. It's an absolute credit to her and Mark Hayes that have put this thing together. See Mark there with the camera behind the car. Nice launch from Carolyn. That was really clean. 130, 60 foot. Straight as an arrow, as we like it down there. Drops the chute and off it a little early. An 892 with an 140 miles per hour. That is a very clean pass from Carolyn. I reckon Hazy will be happy about that. Thank you, sir. Yep, tick that one off the list. And we'll go back, make some changes. And if Carolyn's feeling happy with it, I think they'll... well, they won't press page up, but he might jet up, with the nitrous delivery there. So, all right, next pairing, we are back to some Commodore and Falcon action. We've got a VX HSV maybe down there. It's getting harder to see. I need Alan Reinhardt's binoculars to pick up on that one.
Don't we all?
Yeah, the Falcon gets away first. But a little bit of wheel spin to manage from the Commodore in the Aeroflow lane. It is going to take the lead down there. It's
starting to stretch the legs very well at the finish line. 12:41 with a 9, 115 miles an hour.
14:63 at 96 for the Falcon in the Rocket Lane. I dare say relatively stock sort of Falcon down there.
Next up, we'll have the Commodore taking on the Sporty Cordy.
Ooh.
I saw the Sporty Cordy. He's got the reverse cowl on the bonnet.
It's not helping.
No, because it's got a hole cut in it for the induction pipe.
Yeah, exactly right. We're just going to inspect the Rocket Lane. There's a little bit of moisture left near the line in the Falcon, which could be an air conditioning, climate control, condensation sort of situation. So, please, guys, I know it is cool out there, but if you've got a street car or any car that's got air conditioning in it, please just remember to turn that off while you're in the lanes. We don't want any extra condensation dropping on the track. We've got a little bit of something down here by the looks of it. Might not just be AC condensation out of that Falcon. So
I know it sounds obvious, but if you do feel that you're doing your run and you hear a bang, you decide to slow down. Well, we prefer that you slow down, move over to the side of the racetrack as soon as it's safe to do so, and stop. Then one of our officials will come and have a look. If you're not dropping anything and you're able to leave the racetrack under your own power, that's cool. If you need a tow, that's cool too. There's no shame in getting the quad out to tow you off if that's what's needed. But if you've heard a bang, please don't go all the way down to the racetrack, to the turnaround, because you might well be dropping something.
Yep.
And if you are and you stop, that minimises the cleanup, which then means more runs for everybody else.
Exactly. And if there is something wrong with your combination, it's only going to get worse the further you push it down the track. So, if something doesn't feel quite right or you're not 100% sure, just back it off and move over to the side, towards the wall, basically, is where we want you to end up, so it's a bit quicker for the crew to clean it up. But I say this all the time when I'm on commentary. We've got street cars out here, and competition cars are no different. Make sure you drain your catch cans. If you've got a puke tank or a catch can or overflow or anything like that, make sure you drain it. while you're in the pits before you head back up to the line, because it's a simple thing that you can forget. It's super easy to forget. But if you do pressurize a little bit, or if it's full already when you start the run, it is going to be a bit of a bad time.
Yep, it's the last place you want any sort of fluid is on the racetrack, and even
Under
worse,
the tyres.
under your tyre.
Absolutely.
Stuff gets real quick.
Looks like we might have a little bit of an extended, I wouldn't say a huge cleanup, but it looks like there's a little bit to do down there on the track. Let's just have a quick look to see what we've got going on here. Looks like
Mops and a little bit of SLR or something along those lines.
Yeah. A little bit something going on around that 330 mark. Got the track walker down there, just tidying it all up.
I'll say welcome to all of our viewers on the Tracks YouTube channel.
How good is it to have YouTube back?
Yes,
Oh.
I know everyone was saying, when is it coming back?
Yep.
It's back.
It's
back, baby.
Yep, you can cast it up onto your big screen in the workshop if you're putting in some, or the garage if you're putting in some late hours. You can watch it on your phone. You can do whatever you need to do, but it's great to have that back up and give everyone access.
Actually, that will be my next addition to my garage.
A big screen?
As some sort of television.
Yes. No, just go with big screen, not some sort of television, because you'll end up with a CRT in there, and you know, the picture won't be great. If it doesn't, if the reception's not good, you can smack it on the top. Remember that?
Yes.
When the aerial wasn't good, there'll be kids listening to this going, "What are they talking about?" Yeah.
It made no difference, but it
No,
made
it
you
made
feel.
no difference.
It
Yeah,
made you feel
like
bad.
you were trying something, right? So.
Yeah.
All right, so we've got the little Cortina down here with I think it's an LS combination under the bonnet. I hope I haven't misspoke there, but gets out of the hole with the wheels in the air, a 1/460 foot. And it is leading the way quite well. He's out of it early.
Had a little bit of fume out of it.
Breathing a little bit. 989 with a 4 at 114 miles per hour.
And that was well and truly off the throttle.
Oh, yeah. Yep, up against a 13.33 with a 9 at 106 for the entrant in the Aeroflow lane. All right, we've got plenty more cars ready to roll through. We've got a lot of our street cars coming up out of this lane. So I can see the big Ford. Is that a Fairmont or is it a Fairlane? I think it's a Fairmont XD, I think.
Yeah, XD or E down there, taking on another Supra. This one looking a little bit more stock than the one we saw before, but looks great under lights, Pat.
Yeah, what a colour.
Yep.
Looks amazing. It's got a bit of the TRD sort of 3000 GT kind of kit going on there.
Yes, it's got the extra lip on the bottom I can see, and the skirts that have been done.
It's got the RZ wheels, if I'm not mistaken. So the full fat 2JZ GTE, no S, HIT.
You can tell that we were both kids of the 90s.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Super cool car. I don't think, it's a timeless shape, right? Like, you can't just say that's rubbish. You got to say that's a cool car.
Did I read somewhere on social media, I think I did, that the next version of the Supra will be going back to a Toyota power plant?
I believe so. So it's, I think the Supra is going to be something else, and then Toyota are also releasing the GR. It's just the Toyota GR, which is the next supercar sort of thing.
Yes.
So yeah, I think the BMW Toyota relationship has ended. I think they've finished that, and they're going to go back to doing their own thing, which is cool because that's what everyone wants to see.
Do you like the latest Supra? Just out of curiosity?
Yeah.
The body styling?
I do, yeah. I do like it. I think they need just a little bit of an aftermarket touch, like maybe some different wheels, a little bit of a different stance or a lip or something like that, and they look cool. But I remember seeing it in photos as that Supra gets away really nicely.
Yeah.
It's giving good chase to the Falcon that had a bit of a steer job. Let's see who gets there in the big end. It's going to be close. A bit of a dab of the brakes for the Supra. I think they might be protecting something. Down there, 12.43 with the 1 at 118 for the Falcon, 11.11 with a 9 at 105 for Supra. Yeah, I remember seeing the photos, and like a lot of new models, you see the photo of the new car, and you go, "Oh, not sure about that."
Yeah, until you actually see it in person.
Well, I was driving home one night, and on the highway, a black one went past me on the highway in the right lane.
Yep.
And yeah, I was like, "Wow, I like it."
Yeah.
You know, as soon as I saw it, I'm a fan of black cars to start with. But
I think too, like it's one of those things that there's so many different shapes look completely different depending on what colour you've laid over the top of the panel. Yeah.
Yep. Absolutely. Nice launch from the Evo in the rocket lane. Got away cleanly.
Sora trying to keep it honest, but there's a little bit of smoke coming out of it.
A little bit of haze coming out of there. Yeah, I hope
a little bit more than
a little bit more than I want to see. Yeah. 997 at 126 on its way down the end there for the Sora. 1J powered, I believe, judging by the number plate.
I might need those glasses. You can read the number plate.
Oh, I saw it in the bits.
Cheat.
We're just going to have a quick look just to see whether or not that was just a bit of haze or there was a little bit more oil coming out of that car.
How cool do these two Holden Utes look down here in the burnout box, though, Pat?
It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. We got the tonner.
I don't mind the sky blue on the tonner.
Yeah. No, looks
nice. And
nice
HG, I think it is, Ute in the...
yeah, TKG, one of those.
Both got the timber. The timber no load carrying deck in the back.
Don't you put that on my tray. Oh, yeah. You can imagine the conversation, right? Dave's got a ute. We can put it in the back there. Nah.
Hell no, you're
No straps on my tonner. No, both cool cars. It's kind of like a bit of a, a time warp, right?
Yes.
You would have seen that exact combination cruising around on a... maybe a Harry's Pie lap or something in the 80s or 70s.
Early 70s. Yes, late 70s, early 80s, definitely. Probably with something strapped to the back, but not anymore.
Might be one of their mates.
It's been put into retirement as a more a showpiece now, obviously.
Yes, yeah.
All right, that's a good sign. Here's starter motors, Pat.
That's it. You can hear exhaust rumbling. We can see the burnout.
They both sound pretty healthy.
Sound pretty healthy. Two very different exhaust notes out of the two, though. I'm interested to see what the combination is there.
Ooh. Was that lift in the front end?
Yeah,
in the
a
red
little
one
bit.
there, I think.
He's got the shocks disconnected in front of that thing, maybe. All right, so we've got car in the rocket lane, full stage. Car in the Aeroflow, full stage. Here we go. Oh, there's a lot more tame off the line in the red car than we were expecting.
Still 1.5 to the 60, isn't
it?
Yeah.
Nothing wrong I just meant with the nose coming up. I was expecting it. I was expecting to see some daylight under it. But,
10.59 with a 2.125.
That is pretty healthy, and a 13.45 with an 8 at 1.14 for the tonner in the Aeroflow lane.
I wish the Anglia would run that fast, Pat.
Yeah. You never know, mate.
Well, not with me driving it, won't.
Don't worry about it. You just, hold on, put your foot down, and once you go past the sign, just stop. It's easy. Really easy.
Yeah. That's all right. You've done it a little bit in the past, so we've... What have we got now? A R32 and a
BMW. I want to say that's a 6 something, or is it a 4? I don't know. It's where's those binoculars again? All right, here we go.
BMW away nicely. 1.8 to the 60.
Yep. It's going to be rowing through those 8 gears that it has to choose from. BMW crosses the line, 11.46 with a 2 at 121 miles per hour, 15.36 at 60, so a bit of an aborted run for the GTR.
Do you know what the GTRs ran like out of the factory? Or should I Google that question?
They were advertised at 280 PS, which is close to horsepower, or 206 kilowatts.
Okay.
No one believes that they actually made only 206 kilowatts.
Factory.
So,
yes.
Yeah.
Well, it was only that our tuning friends got a hold of him and went, holy moly, look what we can do here.
Yeah, it was a gentleman's agreement with all the manufacturers in Japan that they wouldn't make a car more powerful than that. But they didn't really have to prove it. or if they did, it was with a press car that they knew would make that much. But so yeah, we think that it was a little bit more than that, and it was similar to the top speed.
Yes.
Displayed on the speedos. They all had 180 km/h speedos, but funnily enough, the tacho kept swinging past, where the speedos stopped. So yeah, a bit of trickery abound there, but I don't know what a stock R32 GTR ran in a quarter mile. No. Looks like the BMW actually left a little bit of something on the line there. I think it came out of the exhaust pipe, so I don't know exactly what it was, but normally when they're torching it, it's
maybe just a little bit of condensation.
Yeah. Well, they've got those active exhaust flaps in the back, right? So when the thing's idling, it's one side of it's closed. So, on a cold night like this, it's probably just built up a heap of condensation if it was idling in the staging lanes and through the tunnel and all that sort of thing. And then when you give it full beans, it opens the exhaust flap.
So what you're saying is it could have been storing condensation for the last week and a half since
quite possibly,
driver last put his foot down.
That's right.
All right, I've done a bit of Googling for you, Pat. And a stock R32 GTR Skyline generally runs the quarter mile time in approximately 13 to 13.7, so there's a fair range there.
Yep.
While showroom stock models are 13 seconds, highly modified R32 with specialist cars like the Jun 2 achieving times of 6.37 seconds.
That's a fairly well removed from a showroom R32 GTR Jun 2.
Well, I mean, there's still a lot of factory.
It's still a stock appearing.
Yes, very much. That's what I was going to say. But internally, we all know there's not much left that hasn't been touched.
I remember I used to work for a suspension workshop in Penrith years and years ago, and that car actually came out to us to, I think we tweaked a couple of things on the suspension. I think back then it was still running Coney shocks.
Yes.
And we rolled the guards for it as well, and there was not a lot of guard left to roll. And I'm talking like this has got to be over 10 years ago.
Right.
So a long time ago. I think it was when Rob had just gone to a sequential gearbox in that car. And it had the biggest dump pipe that I had ever seen crammed into a car. I think it was a 5-inch dump pipe.
Yeah, wow. Put your whole arm up there, Pat.
Yeah, well, yeah. I was quite in awe, but it's certainly been through a bunch of changes. That's for sure.
Yes. Yeah. Well, it looks like we're just running the burners down there on the start line for the minute. The staging lanes got a good number of cars sitting in there at the moment. So I'm sure as soon as we're able to, we'll get
a great number of cars down there. I think, is that Jason Both, I think, with the Joker, rotary powered Mazda 6, I think maybe, body. I can see down there in lane 2, so good to see him back out doing some more testing.
Is that Rob Marge on there back again as well?
Rob Margin's behind Bothy in lane 2. I can see Arby down there. That really clean white VL is there. So plenty of cars here, and of course all of our cool street cars, bikes and whatnot. But don't forget, guys, thanks to Growl Racing, we've got a really cool Friday night car show going on. There's a show and shine happening down in the pit area. There's Base Wars guys down there pumping the tunes. There's plenty of your favourite tuning companies. The workshops are down there in the pits. You might even be able to find some merch from those guys if you say pretty please, or at the very least some stickers. So make sure you have a bit of a wander around. I think we've got a few food trucks kicking around as well. I was just going to
say that. I'm starting to get a little bit peckish, so certainly a good opportunity to grab yourself something to eat. It is just past 7 o'clock here at Sydney Dragway.
Is Adam out there roaming around with the camera? Can he swing past the food truck and grab us? There we go. That'd be great. I'll fix you up later. I won't really. He owes me.
Oh, okay.
All right, so good news. We are back underway here racing at Sydney Dragway. Friday Night Lights brought to you by Aeroflow Performance and Growl Racing. Great to have them on board. The Growl Racing guys have been doing a killer job up in Queensland. They've got their performance, I think it's Performance Pulse Expo.
Yes.
Excuse me, I'm not quite as familiar with the stuff that goes on up in Queensland, but that's had a huge turnout, the big Growl Racing event, and they're now a track sponsor. You'll see their signage on the wall down there next to the Rocket Lane.
And it's great to see a brand start to develop and then all of a sudden snowball into something a lot bigger and just have a natural following.
Yeah.
The time out of that XR5, 11:59 with an 8.
I really apologise that I talked all the way through that. So I was not expecting that.
If memory serves me correct, and if it's the car I'm thinking, there was a red XR5 out here a little while ago, driven by a guy called Lachlan. Maybe that car.
Might be the same one.
Yeah.
I think Lachlan's turned the wick up. Well, it looks like that is a quick... I mean, they're an awesome sounding engine. That 5-cylinder turbo, the Volvo engine. So cool and strong as well. Like, the Volvo engines have always been, like, surprisingly strong. Even though you don't necessarily associate high performance.
Yeah. Wow, 1.48 to the 60.
Killer launch from the VE HSV down there in the Rocket Lane. What has it got for us? 971 with a 4 at 144 miles per hour. Really nice. And a 1380 at 114 for the late model WRX. Now, I know we were just going down a different road, but I think we should watch this this GC8 two-door in the Rocket Lane from Osmond's Racing. Have put this thing together. This is one of the cars that went up to Queensland a couple of weeks ago for a big roll racing event.
Okay.
That they had up there. Part of the Osmond stable, of course. Moe and Vince Regoli, of course, heading up that workshop, turning out some cool stuff. We'll be interested to see what this thing's got.
Well, I mean, there's two definite names there. If you've got an all-wheel drive car,
yep,
they've certainly got the experience.
Yeah, unfortunately, he's just rolled the beam on that pass, so... Wow, a lot of wheel spin from the Falcon. It was stalling up and building a lot of boost.
And then smashed the limit up.
Yep. Okay, they've got...
Fortunately, just rolled on through for the Falcon.
Yep, so just cruising on down there. That's all right. We'll just have a quick look at the surface from the Falcon's pass. It was hard on the limiter when it came off the line, so just want to double check what's going on there. We've got Street Rep just going to back up. He'll make another pass. But we'll be able to reset the timing system. Get everyone down there. Yeah, pretty wild combination. I don't know all the specific details on the EJ that's down there, but I think it's got a stroker in it. I'm pretty sure it's got a big turbo. All of the usual gear.
I think it's when it went past me in this lineup to scrutiny, sounded like it definitely had a sequential or some sort of
straight cut box,
straight cut gears in the box. So certainly all the goodies.
So Adam's just made it back up here. He didn't get our message about the cheeseburgers on the way back, mate. Thanks for that. I really appreciate it. It's good. Why are you doing that? Why is it? I mean, I know I put a kilo or two on, but geez.
So cheeky. I don't love how quick you are.
I don't. It means I don't have a cheeseburger.
No. So quick-witted.
Yes, indeed. How's it looking down there, Adam? You just went for a bit of a cruise down there. Bit chilly. Yeah, okay. We're not keen on that.
Maybe if the breeze is blowing, it might keep that away. So
that'd be a good thing. We're just going to clean up that Aeroflow lane. Oh, it's gone. Okay. It looks like we're going to have a bit of an extended cleanup from that previous pass. We are going to have to tidy up the length of the Aeroflow lane. So in the meantime, I think it's a great opportunity for everyone to hop up, stretch the legs, maybe warm up, go down, check out all the cool cars that are in staging lanes down the back. We've got the car show and shine happening down in the paddock. There's base wars, all your cool cars are down there. So check it all out. We're going to throw to some ads, and we'll be right back here with more Friday Night Lights brought to you by Aeroflow Performance and Growl Racing. Tell me about.
Pat, try the switch the other way. We can't hear you, buddy. Pat, try the switch the other way.
I did
There we go. Thank you.
9.9.
Working now, so we'll get back on it. I think we've got the tech. That where have you got to improve? What are you going to change on? Everyone loves that. I'm sure Joe will come around. So he's got his hands full tonight as well. But it's great to see you out here, and I'm sure everyone loves the car. Yeah, it's really cool to see a girl out here kicking some butt and running some numbers. Thanks, guys. All right, guys, we're back down in the staging lanes. I've got this beautiful looking blue R33 that we commented on earlier. I've got Anthony in the R33 in the driver's seat. We're trying to figure out who the owner is. There's banging a bit of musical chairs at the moment. But Anthony, tell us about the car. What's the combination? And I saw the first pass, maybe not quite enough burnout or something along those lines. What are you working on? Is it new, and what are you trying to figure out?
We're just testing a bit of out of the seat.
The whole combination. And then the radial's the biggest thing, right?
Yeah.
So any other changes in the car to suit the radial setup, like suspension or anything?
Yeah, re-end. 60-footers.
Well, mate, there's plenty of time to do some more testing tonight, and once you get the track cleaned up, you'll be able to do a bit more. Thanks, guys.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, while we wait for Pat to find his next interviewee/victim, we'll just throw to a couple of slides for upcoming events here at Sydney Dragway, the fast approaching GTR Festival. Here's one of those ones not to miss on the Sydney Dragway calendar.
MR Engineering GTR Festival returns to Sydney Dragway on May 22nd and 23rd for another giant celebration of all things GTR and Nissan. This year marks the 10th anniversary of the event, so the celebration will be bigger than ever. There will be a top 10 GTR Elite display, 10k cash and prizes for roll racing, 10k prize money for drag racing, new top 10 Ultimate GTR competition. There will be 10 new builds unveiled and 10 special guests including Hiroshi Tamura, Mr. Carbon Fiber Sakamoto, Mickey Andrade, Mighty Car Mods, Street Alpha Podcast, Shipbox Garage, and more big announcements still to come. After last year's Show and Shine and Traders Alley sold out, we have made it even bigger for 2026, so expect to see even more great performance parts, merchandise, and epic cars on display. The event is open to all models of Nissan of all levels of modification, from rare and collector GTRs to 2,000 horsepower monsters. From drift to time attack to sex spec, from old school Princes and Datsuns to new Zeds. From S-Chassis to Pulsars to Nissan Patrols. You can enter your car to display and hang out, or hit the track for COTS roll racing on Friday and then drag racing, both street and competition class, as well as Motorcana on Saturday. Want to take on Godzilla? Well, we let some imposters come to play too, with twin-turbo Lambos, Evos, Rotaries, and more. Expect to see some Pro Mod special guests. There is also so much to see and do for all car enthusiasts and families alike. Drift rides, oil down entertainment, fireworks both Friday and Saturday night, kids rides, food trucks, and the Drifters vs Burnouts competition. 2026 MR Engineering GTR Festival Australia, powered by Motive Video and presented by Cars from Japan, HKS, Fitzner Performance Gearboxes, High Octane Racing, and Cranked Motorsport, is set to be massive. Grab your car entry to display or race and your VIP tickets now before they sell out, as well as discounted online spectator tickets. GTRfestival.com.
GTR Festival.
Our next event here at Sydney Dragway will be the bike night, brought to us by Sydney Random Riders, Heavy Duty Magazine and Size Harley Davidson. That is, of course, tomorrow night, Saturday the 9th of May, kicking off at around 4 p.m. here at Sydney Dragway, with racing through till 10 p.m. tomorrow night. Here at Sydney Dragway, if you haven't already got your entries in, jump online, secure your spot. The 13th of May, which is next Wednesday night, we'll be having the Aeroflow Race for Real drag racing and burnouts here on the drag strip and, of course, on the burnout pad. And following that, the 30th of May, which is our next test and tune here at Sydney Dragway for all IHRA tech cars. And a fantastic opportunity to test your car's performance, check out any changes that you've made. So that is the Saturday the 30th of May here at Sydney Dragway, our next test and tune. And of course, the 7th of June brings back the Brashanats to Sydney Dragway with plenty of smoky burnouts and a show and shine here at the Dragway, one of the biggest burnout comps outside the Summer Nats, to be held here at Sydney Dragway, the 7th of June. See our next car with the onboard camera sitting in the staging lanes. The lanes are all but full, and we're working as quick as we can to get this track back in a raceable condition. Unfortunately, there was a little bit of fluid left on the racing surface, and we're working as quick as we can to get back to racing here at Sydney Dragway. You can see the line of cars stretching right up around the back of the marquee there. Thank you very much to all of our competitors that have come out to run their cars down the quarter mile here.
Are you there, Bushy?
This evening. Yes, I can hear you, Pat.
Thank you. Wonderful. All right, I'm down here with Ash next to this beautiful silver or gunmetal. What's the colour do you call it?
Moonstone, to be precise.
Moonstone, to be precise. I like being precise, especially when it comes to Supras. So we commented a little bit earlier when this car made a pass. It's a beautiful looking JZ80. We love it. Tell us about the combination.
Yeah, just a auto, 3-speed auto, A340, single turbo, stock bottom end. Everything else, Haltech, a lot. Makes about 500 kilowatts. Yeah, it's run a best of 10.5, so hopefully improve on that.
Yeah, we saw it got off the line pretty cleanly. It was pretty straight as an arrow down there. When you went 10.5, is it the same combination, or have you made some changes since?
Nah, just exact same combo. Yeah, been out a few times. Yeah, just got the car back after Chrissy last year, so just trying to improve on that. Yeah.
Beautiful, man. I love the sort of okay, standard, so it shows you how little I know about 2J. RZ, factory 2J car, yep, awesome.
Just a 275 T, Mickey Thompson.
275 ET, all right, very nice. We'll have some beautiful 275 XTRs for you to try in a little over a month. We'll check that out. But last pass.
No, I spun off the line, but went out a bit and just let off before the end. So yeah, hopefully next pass hook up. So yeah.
Beautiful. I don't think there's anyone here that hates the shape of a Mark IV Supra. So yeah, I think you're doing it right, man. It's great to have you out here on Friday night.
Good to be here, mate. See you soon.
Thanks.
Yeah, certainly looking forward to another strong run from that Supra. We've seen it here a couple of times here at Sydney Dragway, and always gets down the racetrack, but hopefully we can see some numbers that represent what the owner wants to see on his time cards.
All right, Bushy, we're back down the staging lanes, mate. Have you got me? He's up there. Well, I'm down in the staging lanes with Luke. He's the owner of this beautiful VL. It's a tribute car. And, of course, it is a, looks like a twin-turbo LS combination. Luke?
Yeah, it's a Dart LS 427, twin 73, 75s on it. Drag and drive car. I built this at home in my shed. I've done the whole lot. Last year it blew a trans at Portland. The only part I actually let somebody else build. So that's now been built by me. It's ran 776 tonight at 179. My aim is 1160, 49 in the 8th and 180 mile an hour. So turn more.
We're right there, but what engine management are you running on this?
Holly AFI Dominator. No, it was tuned by Con down at Wollongong. So he done the main tune on it, and then I'd do everything from there.
Just a touch up here and there.
I'd play with the boost map and just turn it up a bit more, slowly creeping up on it just to get it off the line without spinning.
That's the fun bit, isn't it? Not having to worry about all that other timing stuff.
Yeah, I play with that a little bit too, but not by much. But yeah, this is literally a factory suspension. Rear end, it's mini tubbed, it's 275, and yeah, all done by me.
It's just working really well. So is it all about power management, or have you got something tricky going on with the rear end to make it work, to get it off the line?
It's just big guns on it, stock suspension, well, stock mounting points. Apart from that, it's just standard Commodore Durant.
Awesome. I think it's really impressive. It's quite impressive, but
it's a bit slow tonight. Yeah, it's good having the unlimited cut. You do come out on Wednesdays, but having the 850 cut previously and now the 80 makes it a bit boring in this. You've got to back off half track. So even though short track is where I'm sort of working on, but yeah, Friday Night Lights is good.
well, if it feels good, you want to run it out the back door, right?
100%.
Awesome. Thanks for your time, Luke. Amazing. Thanks for putting it together yourself.
Excellent. Thanks, mate.
Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Take 2.0.
Thank the gods of horsepower. We are back underway. That was
an epic cleanup from Sydney Dragway.
Huge effort from the track crew doing what they do best. So we're back to racing. We've got a pretty spicy sounding Falcon down here in the Aeroflow lane up against a little GC8 WRX. Oh, we've got some two-step action happening from the Falcon. Oh, big bunny hop and a bounce off the line. He's going to stay into it by the looks of things, but it looks like he's backed out. I think there might be an axle that's a little unhappy under that Falcon, but the GC8 making some good time down there. It crosses the line at 12.31 with a 7 at 123 miles per hour. All right, as it gets on down there, we've got those cars heading down the braking area, and we've got Street Rep, the two-door Subi back up to the line from the Osmond stable. Let's see what this thing has got for us coming up next.
Yeah, we touched on this car before. It's probably got all the good bits in it. I know it's definitely got a sequential box in it or some sort of dog cut gears, but I heard it walking into the scrutineering shed earlier tonight. Love to know what sort of horsepower some of these cars are producing.
Pretty wild. Here you go, all the RPM, big launch, lots of limiter coming off the line.
External wastegate just making an underglow on that car.
If there was any moisture on the track, there is not anymore because it's been torched off by the wastegate on that car. So it's certainly been sitting around for a little while, and everything getting cool and whatnot. So I'm sure the guys will get that back around and dial it in for another pass.
I'll see if I can get that on the replay. Unfortunately, I missed it, Pat. It was fractionally too late.
That's right.
Sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. But
we've all got to get back into the groove of things after that little delay.
Underneath was virtually an underglow with the flames out of the wastegate.
I liked it. Little BMW 135 down here in the Rocket Lane. These things have been becoming really popular recently. I remember seeing quite a few of these out here.
Well, I mean, as you and I know, they make pretty good horsepower without too big a mod list, and they're not ridiculously expensive either.
No, it's not a bad combination to start with. 6-cylinder, twin turbo. A lot of potential there. So the VW Commodore in the Aeroflow lane has led the way to 12.89 with an 8, 110 miles per hour. The 13.45 with a 9 at 110 for the BMW. Plenty of burnout action happening down there from both lanes. The VL getting right into it.
And the EK, I think it is, over there in the Rocket Lane, has raced here many times before on the Wednesday night race for real events.
He's got a little bit keen staged on the back wheels there. He's looking for the hit.
He may just need it. I know that this VL looks pretty tough. It's got a fairly good set of tyres under the back of it. Pretty sure the EK runs all digital dash and everything too, which it's not what you would normally expect in a car like this, the way that it's been built, but certainly looks pretty good.
Spot on. It gets away pretty nice. Nice light 099 on the tree. The VL is showing it the way as it gets down there. Plenty of power on display from the Aeroflow lane there. It crosses the line at 873 with a 6 at 154 miles per hour. 1157, pretty tidy for the EK.
That's pretty decent for a road-going car. 118 miles an hour across the finish line. And for those of our younger viewers on the stream and also those in the crowd, 100 mile an hour is around about 160 kilometers per hour.
That's right. I'm pretty sure we can hear the sound of the rotary-powered Mazda down there. Jason Both, the Joker. It's been a little while since he's been out again. I think he might have made an appearance at one of the previous Friday Night Lights.
Yes.
In recent times. They had a little bit of a few gremlins to work out with that combination. But, back out and ready to make some passes.
Exactly right, Pat. We can hear Jason playing with the throttle, making sure the car revs freely, of course.
Yep.
And has been a long time campaigner of the rotary power plant and the Mazda brand.
All of the RPM on board from Jason Both in the Joker. Got that classic fireball out of the pipe. he comes off the throttle. If nothing else, they are absolutely entertaining, these big turbo rotary cars.
If you like the flame show, we're going to get one in a few moments' time on the two-step.
Oh, yeah.
If you haven't been to Sydney Dragway or a racetrack around Australia, the percussion out of the two-step is actually quite
aggressive.
It's very aggressive. Yes, that's a good word, Pat.
Way to put it. So you'll see Jason Bothell clear the engine out as he brings the RPM up there, cleans the plugs, make sure there's no excess of fuel happening, make sure the rotors are spinning freely. When he brings this into stage, his crew's going to give him a little bit of a line up as he comes towards the line.
You can see the plays with the throttle 2 or 3 times, and then it gets the fireball out just as the pipes fill with that the fuel vapor. All right, the crew is into just prior to the straight into full stage. Not fast on the reaction time.
Here it comes.
Ooh.
Bit of a bog off the leave there, but it's going to recover. But yeah, he had a bit of a steer job on.
Yeah, they did both directions. The car went to the
towards the left.
To the left, then to the right.
We get the replay on that one.
See if I got it in time. No.
Oh,
I'm failing. I'm failing miserably.
That's 2 red lights.
No, really poor, because I've got 12 seconds to push it.
All right, next up looks like we'll have Rob Margin back out in Zeus. The Croydon combination. I was downstairs. Rob was deep in discussion with the rest of the Croydon crew and a few others around there. I think they were just discussing the combination and the setup in Zeus, but we should be good to go on this one.
I love how these cars just so docile on idle.
Yeah.
And
then all hell breaks loose.
Yeah. Yeah, like you look at a 5-second V8, like a supercharged V8, for example, it sounds angry, you know what I mean, as it sits there just idling away.
Yep.
And yet, this style of car just comes out. Yes, you can hear it's got a cam in it, but it's not a true indication of what's underneath the bonnet.
No, that's right. And that's what we touched on earlier, with the converter cars with these. They're a relatively small capacity compared to, traditional Pro Mods 500 odd cubic inches. So you got to really get that turbo working. And that's where you see those flames coming out, comes up on the two-step, starts building boost, and that's where these engines are designed to work. They just love all the boost, all the combination, the fuel trims, the cam, the compression, all that sort of thing is designed to deal with mega boost.
Yes, and I mean also at RPM, I'd like to know when that power band, I guess you could say, starts to come into play. I mean, we saw you mentioned Pro Mod there. We saw Rob Campese on the weekend went 272 miles an hour.
That thing was cranky on the weekend. Yeah, he actually ran way too fast for the index in testing.
They found their, I'll use the word mojo back with that car. There's seemed to have been a little bit of time in between full power runs that I've seen. He may have done that in testing, but certainly it was good to see that blue Mustang hitting its straps once again.
Yeah. I think the guys from Blacktop are helping out with that program now. So they got a couple of cool cars that have made it back down to the track recently. I think it went like 570 in the first qualifier or something. So, all right, here we go. Back to the current action. Rob Margin down there in the Aeroflow lane. Zeus, Croydon Racing Developments is going to creep it in on the two-step. Oh, big steer job from Rob Margin going through the 60-foot line there. So definitely the car wanting to have a good look at those sponsor boards on the wall in the Aeroflow lane. Had plenty on board. It's just amazing the thing rolls to an 839 when it was off the power at about 100 feet. Super cool.
All right, here's the replay on the big screen. You see sparks coming out of the pipes as it was up on the two-step there. That's not normal.
A little bit of, a little bit of extra spice in there maybe. So, all right, we've got next up the pack racing guys, George Raham down there in the RX-9 that they've dubbed it. 20B rotary application here. Talking about what sort of RPM that power band comes in at.
Yep.
I think this one starts where a lot of cars stop. So there's not much happening below 6,000 RPM, I reckon, in that combination, but a lot going on above it.
Such a sleek-looking car, isn't it? The way they've done the aero package on this machine.
Yeah. I think it started out, I can't remember the chassis builder, but I think it started out as a Camaro.
Yes.
Was the original body style, and obviously it's had some mods. And George had a little bit of a mishap at a meeting a few months ago, so they obviously had to go back and do some work. Had a little bit of a close contact with a wall and whatnot, but the guys got it turned around in pretty quick time, and George was perfectly fine, which is the important thing.
Yeah, from some of the videos that I saw, there was quite an extensive amount of rebuilding required. And the pack team worked really well to get the car back together. And
absolutely. Good sense of humour as well. It was a great little video, George polishing it up. The one corner that was still straight. Putting a little bit of wax on there just to make sure they didn't have to worry about that bit. But that was good. We got Mark R. Blaster down there again in the rocket lane with the Val just creeping forward. Just going to get a few laps in on this car. It was quite an impressive combination. Doing a lot with a lot less, I guess, is one way to talk about that car versus the full house rotary. Look at the concussion out of that launch. Gets out of it around 200 feet. Arby gets away nicely, very clean. Starts rolling the power in as it goes past 330. Half track, 621. He's going to cross for a 949 with a 2 at 149, so maybe a little bit down on mile per hour compared to his previous run. George rolled through about 3/4 of the track at a 1040.
Here we go on replay. Pat, we can see the car up on boost. The flames out the left side, and also
I like they've got the big main dump pipe coming out the left side, and then the wastegate coming out the right side. All right, so another couple of RB powered combos here, I think. Is it?
The VL Calais, I think, down there in the rocket lane, Pat, and
and the R33. Anthony behind the wheel. I spoke to down in the pits there. The guys have made a couple of changes. It's got a 3.2 stroker bottom end in this R33. And they've changed to a 275 radial. They were running a slick on this car before. So a few variations on the combination, but doesn't seem to want to come up in RPM. It does have a big Pro Mod turbo on this thing.
Yes.
So it's probably looking for a slightly looser converter maybe, or a little bit of nitrous assistance maybe on this combination to get it to spool that turbo a little quicker.
That's the issue, is it? Well, one of the issues you think is the converter a little bit too tight.
Maybe a little bit too tight, so it's not allowing the engine to climb up enough RPM to get that turbo to really start working, get enough drive pressure in the turbine. So both cars getting some boost on board. The white VL in the rocket lane getting away fairly cleanly, a 163, 60-foot time. Something did come out of the back of that.
Then we hear Anthony come alive at around half track.
Wow. That was a boost loading moment on that one. I think everyone's seen that meme. So
still went 130 miles an hour.
Did go 130 miles per hour. I think maybe a sticker or a bit of paper or something might have come out of the white VL in the rocket lane. It's right around half track. I think our track guys are just going to run out there and have a quick look at that.
Even I can see that on the current screen.
Yep.
It's going to the live stream, of course. Let's hope that that's all it was. Sitting down in the burnout box, we have Pat, a very nice little Ford Capri.
Yep.
Taking on that black Maloo Ute that we saw.
Yep.
Attempt to run earlier.
I didn't get a chance to have a chat to the driver down there just to learn about the combination, but yeah, it's a very tidy car. It's got a really cool, I think 3D printed headlight intake.
Okay.
For the turbo to get some fresh air straight through there, which is a pretty cool feature.
So does it incorporate the actual light itself? I've seen where they keep an LED and then they take out.
That's
like
right.
a Parker.
Yeah, it's still got a fisheye projector sort of lens on the outer section, and then where the regular sort of low beam would be, and the high beam on a standard headlight. That's all opened up for a bit of ram air effect there, which is still really beneficial to a turbo car. We know turbos, they spin and they suck the air in and all that sort of thing, but if you can get some fresh air, particularly if you're running 140, 150 mile per hour, it really just jams that extra air in there.
Yes.
And also it gives you more density for the turbo to then compress, so you're just getting more and more air into the engine. Feed it more and more fuel. Big bang. Lots of fun.
So I think we've probably all watched dyno videos where turbos have inhaled certain things that are nearby. That
a stray rag or something in the dyno cell.
Just as a graphic example of what's actually happening to the air around.
Right,
and I mean, an NA car will do that too.
Yep.
It just probably needs to be a little bit closer.
Yeah.
It's not physically moving the volume of air that's that a turbo car might at a high RPM
draw in. Yeah, that's right. So yeah, definitely a cool mod down there, and especially in late model Commodores or really any Commodore, if you've got an LS turbo combination, the turbocharger just almost always sits right behind the headlight on our passenger side. So there's not a lot of room in front of it. It's kind of got a bit of a wall in front of it.
Yes.
So anytime you can open that up and get some more air into it, the whole combination's going to be happier.
It's an easy solution. Lift it out the bonnet.
Yeah, just jack it up, put it out there. That creates some other issues, but, but that's a good deal. There we go. Nice, healthy burnout from the VF down there. And the Capri, no doubt.
The Capri doing well too. Can't see anything
No,
right
we can't
now.
see anything anymore, so I think I can just see the taillights of the Capri thanks to that healthy burnout. But
the air definitely looking fairly still out there. What's it like? You were out there probably 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, it wasn't as cold as I thought it would be down there, so that's sort of a good thing for everyone, standing around and watching and whatnot. But with any luck, it might have kept a little bit of heat in the track as well. And now that we've scrubbed it up and all that sort of thing, it's doing well.
Oh, again, the Ute just blazes the rear tyre.
It's why a 1960 foot is not terrible for what is essentially a street car, and a big one at that. But 10.59 with a 7 at 143 miles per hour. The Capri goes 11.34 at 134, but it did roll the beams.
Can't quite see through the smoke there. Our next car up, we have the VL Walkinshaw. And the Supra. Surprised to hear Pat say with the Walkinshaw that Luke's running all factory mount standard suspension mountings for the rear end of this car.
Yeah, that's it's what a combination that Luke's put together down there. He's built the whole thing himself, put the whole car together. It's it doesn't have some crazy radial style 4-link set up in there. It's just got a really good high quality set of shocks that makes a big difference, and then a few tweaks that I'm sure Luke's probably going to keep to himself.
Yes.
But power management and setup is just really working for that thing. He wants to run 180 mile per hour. He's knocking right on that door at 179. So really good.
I think that's a classic example of the KISS method, yes?
Yeah, absolutely. Keep it simple. we'll watch this.
All right, two very different ways to go. Turbocharged racing here at Sydney Dragway. Will it be the 2J six-cylinder?
Ooh, just turn the tyres a little bit for Luke, which we gave him the commentator's curse there. And Ahan in the Supra didn't seem to get away with a lot of power there. Something not working quite right off the leave there. Luke running sort of the second half of that pass with some power, 985 at 145. Still quite impressive. But yeah, the 2J not 100% happy coming off the line there. I just want to mention very quickly, we've got down in the pits, if you're the owner of, I believe it's maybe a 79 series ute with a number plate FOU17H, FOU17H, it's got a steel work body on the back of it, and a silver Commodore with a number plate UGHH. I'm pretty sure that's the sound that the racers used when they saw you parked in their pit section. So silver Commodore ute UGHH, and I think it's a silver Land Cruiser with a steel tray on the back of it, FOU17H. Can you please move your car? You're in a racer's pit area, as opposed to them being able to work on their car there. So if you can please move that, that would be great. Oh, and another one, a third car in the same location. Boss 79. Boss 79, can you move your car, please? You're in a pit area for some races today. Thank you very much. All right, next up, we're back into racing. We've got this awesome RX-8 with the 2J combination, gas racing combo, and up against this Jet LJ. I saw it down there in the pits.
Fantastic.
Yeah, really, really clean looking car. I did want to have a chat to the driver of that, but the mic was not working with us down there tonight.
The apparatus you had wasn't working.
Won't blame it on the first time roving commentator.
Oh, no.
But, you know, that's my excuse. I'm sticking to it. Let's see what the little LJ's got for us, and let's see if the RX-8 can get another clean pass.
All right, the 2J building the boost, and unfortunately
Pops up and turn the tyres. The LJ gets away really cleanly. 155 60 foot. It's going to cross the line for a 10.19 with a 5 at 130 mile per hour. Really clean, uneventful pass on that one. But a bit of a shame for the guys in the RX-8. Just didn't get away the way they wanted it to.
All right, next up we have, I assume that's Alan Bella down there in the Ford Capri.
And really tidy S15. I did see this car when I was down the back in the staging lanes. It's got a really interesting looking Pro Mod sort of style manifold on it. The turbo sits really forward in the engine bay. It looked like a sort of maybe a larger 70 odd mil frame turbo maybe in there. It's pretty decent.
Was it SR?
Yeah, I believe so. It's still an SR. I got to say, I was just walking past it when I saw it and noticed a couple of little features there, but yeah, should have plenty of potential. But Alan's Capri is an absolute animal with plenty of nitrous on board too.
Yeah, just saw a couple of big purges there as he came up into the staging beams.
Gets out pretty
the
cleanly.
line nicely, Pat. 139 to the 60.
Nice, clean, steady launch from the S15. Whoa, bit of a wander for Alan Vella. Oh, and he's had a bit of a failure from the engine down there. So, yeah, a little bit of a mishap from Alan. It looks like he has stayed off the wall, but, yeah, bit of a mishap with the combination down there, guys. So we're going to have to go and get the safety crew down to Alan and make sure that he's all good and everything's okay. Please, everyone, just stay where you need to be. We've got the right trained officials down there to do what they need to do.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I saw the shootout at that point, Pat, but we won't speculate. We'll wait and hear from our track crew that's down on scene. Once he's okay, we'll give you an update on Alan's condition, and of course we'll be back to racing as soon as possible. Ladies and gentlemen, if there's anybody on site with an available tilt tray, we would like it down to the bottom end of the racetrack, please. If anybody on site has an available tilt tray, very much appreciated.
All right, guys, so obviously we've got a bit of a clean-up and recovery to happen down there, but we want to let everyone know that Alan is okay. He's out of the car, no problems at all there. So that's the most important thing. Vehicles can be repaired, but people can't be replaced. So that's important. Alan is all okay. So unfortunately, it means that we're going to have a little bit of downtime while we recover the car and clean up the top end of the track there. So please feel free to get around, check out the show and shine down in the paddock area, down in the pits area. Grab something to eat if you like. We're going to work as quick as we can, as the Sydney track team always do. They do a great job to recover everyone and make sure that everything's safe for racing going forwards. We'll be back as soon as possible with more Friday Night Lights, brought to you by Aeroflow Performance.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, we are all but ready to get back into some quarter mile racing. Just been informed that the Growl Car Show that's happening down in the pits will conclude at 9:30 this evening. The awards will be presented at 9:30 this evening. So if you have a car on display down there and you think you've got a shot at receiving an award, stand by your car and be ready at around 9:30 this evening. We've also got a couple of cars that need to be moved, I believe. If you own a silver Commodore Ute with the number plate UGHH, can you please move your car if you haven't already? Just like that, probably. So UGHH, if you haven't already moved your car, can you please do so? And is there a better photo of that one? Oh, there we go. If you own a... That's already moved, okay. Oh, that one. If you own a four-wheel drive with the number plate FOU17H, if you haven't already moved it, could you please move it? FOU17H. If you own that vehicle and you haven't already moved it in the last 10 minutes, could you please do so?
There is an F truck that is old and daggy that will drag your car out of the way. That belongs to the entrant that you're blocking their pits.
Oh, okay. So, yes, if you own any of those cars and you haven't moved it recently, can you please move it?
Well, it looks like the track crew have been making some good progress down there, so we are getting closer to getting started back up at racing. So big thank you for everyone that has been out here and has patiently been waiting for us to get back up and running. Of course, we don't plan for any accidents like that, and we're all very, very happy that Alan's perfectly fine.
Yes.
Obviously, it's going to hurt a little bit looking at the car tomorrow morning, but I'm sure he's a man with a plan and he'll get back out on track as soon as possible. But in the meantime, we're getting ready to go racing again.
That's always a good thing, Pat. And I mean, I think we've got our in-car camera just about ready to do another lap on board this Pro-charged Big Block HQ.
Yeah, it's a wild ride,
yes.
that thing.
And we commented at how fast this thing accelerates from the 100-foot mark to, or he was on the throttle till about the, I want to say half track, maybe a little bit past that on the first run. It'll be interesting to see where it gets to.
Have a little wave.
The Haltech dash there.
What camera?
Haltech dash or Motec dash?
The camera that's behind you. Wave your hand.
Some sort of dash.
It's got digital dash.
Digital dash sounds good. He's waving at us. The driver can see us. It's working. The plan is coming together. We can hear some fire in the pipes down there, which is exactly what we want to hear here at Friday Night Lights. If you haven't seen this HQ run tonight, make sure you keep an eye on it because it is rowdy. It's got all the cubes, all the boost.
Yes. All the speed.
I think that's going.
And very tough. The setup car.
Yep.
All right, here we go.
It's alive.
What do you think we're looking at there, Pat?
I reckon I can see maybe a Lambda or AFR gauge that might be cycling and heating up. I think we can see a thumbs up from the crew guys.
Always a good sign.
Down there, yeah.
It's better than that.
Which is a good deal.
It's better than the finger across the throat.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, no shutdown. Yeah, there we go. We can see that air fuel ratio blinking on the dash there, which is good. It's hard to make out, but I think it's somewhere in the 5 or 6 range. So that would tell me that this car is running on methanol. Definitely a different number to what you would see on a. Definitely a different number to what you would see on a petrol or an ethanol scale. It's not stoic. Well, it's a different number for stoic. But yeah, it's definitely something we want to so we're just going to creep the Falcon around. That's how many liters per minute it goes through. Is that right?
Yeah.
It's more accurate. 5.7, 5.8 liters per minute. Probably pretty accurate, actually.
It's probably pretty close with a big block.
That's it. All right, so we've got the Falcons going to come out and do a quick pass for Simon Bonello. He's going to make a pass, and we've got James Barnes. Is James Barnes down there? Is he driving the VL, or is that the... Not sure.
Oh, that
might not be the correct
I don't think that's correct.
Racer number out there.
I know James is a very good driver, but I'm pretty sure I haven't seen him ever drive anything other than a Ford.
Yeah, that's right. He's got that really nice... it's a blue Mustang, isn't it?
Correct, yes.
Well, the VL's the right colour.
Yeah, that's about it. That's
about
it. The end of the similarity.
That's it. All right, bit of an update there. But here we go, Simon Bonello in the XW Falcon. It's got that sweet 427 Clevo under the bonnet. Nice and snappy. Let's see what he can do here.
Right
into full stage.
Into the nines on the first pass. 015 on the tree.
Simon's just been sitting there itching to let go of that button. And he's on his way down. He's going to cross the line there at 9:02 with a 146 mile per hour.
Ever so close to a 8-second pass there.
Knocking on the door, that's for sure. There's your Pro Charge Big Block HQ announcing itself to the world. The VL was quite rowdy in the burnout too. So not shy on that one. So VL might just be working on getting it into reverse to back it up. I can see Maroon down there from Race Solutions in the Falcon Ute. Good to see him get out to make a pass. Recently upgraded the turbo on that combo, so Aeroflow boosted 7682 on the side of the Barra there. Upgraded from a smaller frame turbo. Made around 200 horsepower more at the same boost level. So yeah, it just goes to show sizing is really important for what it is that you're trying to do. All right, so we've got the HQ into stage in the Aeroflow lane. VL is coming to join him. Let's watch these lights go. Big hit off the line for HQ. Look at it rip on down the track, steering it through the half track. Man, what a handful. 791 at 172 miles an hour with a steer job on board. 902 with an 151 for the VL in the rocket lane. That's a couple of cool passes right there.
All right, we'll see if we can... another big burnout from the EH down there. Wow.
Maroon, how much from Race Solutions, not shy, getting some heat into those tyres after a prolonged delay. So,
all right, keep your eyes on the HQ left of screen. Had a big move around about there. I think he would have been doing probably 150 mile an hour at that point.
I dare say so. Yeah, 791. That was impressive. Ned Sassine down here in the EH. Good to see Ned back out. It's a good reason why that thing sounds so spicy. Ned can screw together a 400 Chev, that's for sure. Race Solutions crew just making sure Maroon's all good to go. Ned's into stage. We're not racing heads up tonight, so there's no big stress here, but Maroon's going to bump it in. It's up on the two-step. Red light from Ned. Maroon gets away. It's pouring the power on as it goes through half track. Let's see where it gets to. That's a 953 with a 157 miles per hour. He drops the chutes in the big end. Ned's making his way down on through there, but obviously aborted that run early.
Good speed for a 9.5 there, Pat.
That's some good mile per hour for a 9.5. Yeah, a little bit lazy off the line. Maybe not quite at the boost level that they wanted it, but you know, that's the first pass of the night I think I've seen from Maroon. So definitely some more work to be done there.
All right, a very, very nicely presented Holden Tirana from Caroline O'Brien down there in the rocket lane, taking on Craig Warren for Sydney Scrap Steel in the white LCLJ down there in the Aeroflow lane, Pat.
Yep. Great little competitor, Craig Warren in that LJ. It's a regular feature here at Sydney Dragway for track champs.
He's not driven the Tirana for a little while. I have a feeling the last time I saw it, he might have done a little bit of damage to something in the drivetrain, but he's been lucky enough to have a good sponsor in Power Plus Race Fuels that tend to have a few cars. And
they got a few bits and pieces.
Well, he's been driving the different cars.
Oh, so, I see. Yes. Yeah. Well, those guys are a great supporter of track champs and running their own events here at Sydney Dragway as well. Really committed racers. So that's great for them. We're just holding the cars here for a second, guys, because Ned's little EH has pulled up short in the braking area there. I don't think there's any major issues, but they've got the quad down there, just gonna tow him on down and around the corner before we let these guys make their pass. We've had such a wide range of vehicles out here tonight at Friday Night Lights. It's been great to see, and I mean, unfortunately, we've had a bit of a delay, but we're still seeing some cars for the first time at this point in the night. So definitely plenty to see and do.
See the Pack Performance RX-9 back in the staging lanes.
Yep, put that back around in lane 2. I can see Lizzo back down there, the BF Falcon from Blacktop in lane 2, which is good.
Laid down a good number on the first pass.
Yep. It's 840, I think. Was it 840 maybe? Somewhere in that range, I think. Which is pretty cool. You can see that little red, that's a Ute back around again. That'll be good to see. Ash in the Mark IV Supra. What a I don't want to call it a simple combination, but there's nothing crazy going on there. You know, just a good solid 2J stock bottom end, little high mount turbo, power glide. A340.
Well, I guess Pat's one of those things that we talked about. Keeping things simple. If a combination's already been proven, and that's as fast as where you want to be, and as much money as you want to spend, why go and try and reinvent the wheel?
Yeah, well, Ash actually said after we were off the mic, I said, you know, what's the goal? Do you want to step it up or whatever? And he goes, we'll build the bottom end and maybe push a bit more horsepower, maybe go 1,000 horsepower. He goes, but I kind of just enjoy driving it on the street. And, it's still fun. It's
as you know firsthand that you get to a certain point and then you can't do certain things with the car that you used to be able to do.
Yeah, you've got a race car that's too much street car, or you've got a street car that's too much race car. So you got to choose which way you want to go. All right, so good news. We've got Ned towed around to the return road, which is good to go. So we've got these guys ready to rock and roll. Carolyn in full stage, just waiting on Craig to join her there. Get up on the 2-step. Off he goes. Whoa, yep. Big hop and then spat the wheels. So aborted pass for Carolyn on that one. But nice reaction time from Craig Warren. 036 on the tree. 1042 at 128 miles per hour.
It was a good leave for Craig's Tirana.
Yep. Bit of a shame for Carolyn there because she had a really nice pass, 890 in the first one.
There are big burnouts down there on the start line.
Big burnouts, yeah. I think is that Pop 202, that VK we've seen out here pretty much. Cam.
I need Alan's binoculars.
Yeah.
If you want me to read number plates on. Sorry,
that's
Pat.
fair. No, that's fair. I'm Cam Riley. That's it. 388 Cube LS turbo combination.
Nice little deck wing on the back too on this one.
Yeah, really cool combination. This thing's been quick on a smallish tyre, if I remember correctly. Makes really good horsepower. And I think this the white VK in the Rocket Lane is no slouch either. So this should be a pretty cool heads-up VK match.
All right, both cars up at the start line, just waiting on the white one to move into full stage. Very shallow in on the bump box. There we go.
There it goes. Here come the lights. Clean launch from the white car.
Yeah. Up 3-2 in the 60.
Taking his time, little pedal, and then picks the front wheels up. Wow, lots of management happening there. 798 with a 6 at 151 for the white VK.
Whoa.
It's got a bit of a puff of smoke on the big end. Let's hope that everything's all nice and safe there. Cam Riley obviously aborted that run a little bit early. We just want to see Cam gets through just fine. I think the smoke may have just been a maybe a bit of turbo, over oiling in the turbo possibly, or a puff of catch can or something along those lines.
Perhaps, Pat. I mean, it looked like it got to the top of the hill and then the smoke dissipated, but looking further down there, it's certainly still prominent in the braking area. But looking at the sand trap camera, we can see there is a clear patch from the turnaround.
Yeah, it looks okay.
Back down the hill.
Yeah, sometimes with turbo combinations, you'll get a lot of oil pressure, and depending on where the return is in the sump, if it's still a wet sump, you can find that when you jump on the brakes, throw the chute, all the oil goes forward. It might block that return from the turbo, and then you get that bit of excess oil coming out of the exhaust pipe. So let's hope that's all it was.
So many things to think about.
Oh my God, it's just all these things.
And he's probably put that, if that's what it was, he's probably put all of those things together thinking that done all the right things and then something else jumps up.
Absolutely. I think we see Natalie Howatch in the Aeroflow lane. That's a new PB for the Enviro crew. So big congrats to Natalie. We spoke to her in the pits earlier. 8:42 with a 1 at 157. She must have convinced Joe to turn it up. She was looking for a little bit more power there. So yeah, big.
Nice.
Strong burnout in the Aeroflow lane there. But great pass from Natalie just before, and a good steer job as well. She had to drive that car.
Yeah, I think you get to a certain point when you've got to be ready to get up on the wheel.
Yep, grab it by the reins. All right, you can see on the screen we've got in-car cam back down with Sammy Joe Johnson in the green machine, VH Commodore. It's a nitrous-assisted LS combination. It's got the Haltech Rebel LS controlling the show. And Sammy and the Dialed-In Racing crew have been really dialing in, pardon the pun, the nitrous delivery on this combination. So they're going to step it back up. The previous run was with 75 shot, and this one should be 100 shot. So they've just been working on getting the right combination of jetting and solenoid, duty cycle, all that sort of thing, bottle pressures. Mark Hayes has been helping the crew out down there. He knows his way around the nitrous system or two.
He sure does. Been running cars on nitrous for as long as I can remember.
Yep. Right, so looks like just waiting on Mazda to come forward into pre-stage. If the timing's correct, I think that's Peter Raham from Pack Racing. Big wheels up from Sammy. Peter gets after it, but he's off it just before half track. Not sure if that was a planned shutdown, but it's pretty straight. 995 with a 4 at 133 for Sammy.
Not a bad pass there. You can see the from the onboard just how early that shift light's coming on at the top end of the racetrack. We saw one of Sammy's runs earlier in the week, and the dash went red.
Yep.
Just right on the finish line, where this time around it was a little bit before, obviously, the extra performance at the front end of the racetrack.
Yes.
Just meant the gearing ran out just that little fraction.
Absolutely. So
earlier.
they're right on it. I mean, you know, they're track champ races, they're sportsman races, so they're running in dial your own situation. So they're all about cutting a light and making sure that they're using every single bit of the RPM and no more or no less.
Yes.
But it's good to see. I think the car is doing what they want it to do. With that smaller nitro shot, I think the car went 129 mile per hour. With the 100 shot, which is 25 up, they went 133 on that pass.
Yep.
It's a little bit cooler, of course, out there, so that's all going to help. But yeah, they've been sort of chasing a bit. So that 4 mile per hour, 3 to 4 mile per hour is probably about right with the jet increase. And hopefully, if they put the big shot back in it, it'll head towards 140. Big pedal from the Tirana in the rocket lane. And the little Ute, unfortunately, just not enough boost on board for the hit. It's bogged down and will transit the lane, no problem at all. As we hear the little blow-off valve go off in the track mics there.
I just see Sammy Joe coming back along the return road.
Yep. The in-car is good to see.
Yeah, we did hit the save replay on the launch there for the Tirana, just bombing the tyres on the
absolutely torching them, but not to be deterred, the driver stayed into it and made a pass. So we'll see what comes from that.
All right, Nathan Watt down there in the rocket lane.
430 cube LS power on board with that VL.
Taking on a very low XY/XW Falcon down there.
Yeah, big purple machine. Nathan Watt into pre-stage. Both cars into pre-stage. Falcon is in. Falcon's just rolled the beam.
Haven't seen this Falcon here at Sydney Dragway before.
That might be a... Oh, unfortunately Nathan's let the button go without... just a little bit of confusion there with the other car coming back out of the stage, so... Won't get a time, unfortunately, for Nathan, but I guess the good thing you can take from that was it was a pretty clean pass.
Yes. Unfortunately, sounds like it's manually shifted, that Falcon, the way it's revving up. Pat?
Yeah, certainly.
Definitely doesn't sound like it's coming on the converter.
Didn't really want to make its forward action, though. Exactly sure what's happening with that whole combination there. Okay, they're going to reset the timing system, and they'll invite the racer to get back into full stage and make a pass. This thing's got a clutch in it, and it's really low. If it comes off the line hard, I think it's going to be entertaining. We'll see.
Yep.
Bit of a hit there. But, yeah, engine combination doesn't sound super happy down there. A bit of surging going on and whatnot. But if it's a new combination, then I'm sure the guys will work on it. 11:58 at 110. Probably not telling the whole story there. I see Anthony back with the R33. Looks like he got a bit more boost in it on that one for the burnout. So it was a bit happier to turn the tyres, which is good. Might have figured something out with maybe a little bit of timing or whatnot in the ECU setup.
Taking on our sleeper Lancer down there, Pat.
Yeah, it's not a sleeper with all those lights on the back of it, is it? It's got a bit of disco going on with the brake light combination. But yeah, still a
sub 12-second car down there.
Yeah, absolutely. Lots of pops and bangs. Pretty rich on the two-step. All right, there we go. a bit more representative from Anthony in the R33. That's
Wow,
going to make
here
a
it
really
comes.
nice pass. 12.24 at 112. 8.30 with an 8 at 143. Offered a bit early, I think. 33
I was going
there
to say,
as well.
definitely sounded like he was out of the throttle.
Yep.
Before the finish line there, Pat.
Yep, 8.30 still a really nice time, and 12.29 for the little Lancer. Very cool. Pretty stout burnout from the late model Falcon in the rocket lane. If I'm not incorrect in saying, I think I might have seen some, is it Black Track stickers on there or Empire Racing? I can't remember. Could be either. Both shops well known for stout barras. Got the Red HQ in the Aeroflow lane, back out again.
Potentially a little bit outgunned, I think, in this run, but that's okay.
Possibly. Anything can happen. You've got, instead of a puncher's chance, you're in with the racer's chance. Not a bad reaction time for the big HQ, 137. Bit of wheel spin coming off the line for the Falcon, but here comes all that boost. It's off hunting its prey in the big end of the track. Jumps on the brakes early. 10.21 with a 2 at only 127 mile per hour. So certainly a little more in that car.
And a 15.12
yep.
in the Aeroflow lane.
All right, good to see the Osmonds guys back out again. This time another STI. Bug Eye, I think it is. Osmond's plate on that one. He's a bit of a drive around that section, then back up into the staging scene.
Okay.
Everyone's got their own sort of tips and tricks,
Theories,
and, theories on how it's going to work. So that's all right. It's in full stage. VK in the rocket lane is also there. Big RPM, hard launch, slipping the clutch, grabbing the gears. Oh, I think the clutch may have said no, thank you.
I've had enough.
Yeah, it
out.
It had lots of RPM and boost to deal with on that one. The VK crosses the line 11.22 with a 7 at 130 miles per hour.
Here we go up on the replay. Check out the flame show underneath the car.
Yeah. Bam, 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 bam. There's a little puff of blue smoke there. There's usually a bit of a clutch telltale on that one. All right, so we'll just make sure that there's nothing too crazy on the track down there. Obviously, Osmond's car getting pretty wild out of the hole. See the Falcon making its way back down. That was a quick BF Falcon down there. All right, we got the track crew just inspecting that Aeroflow lane, just making sure that there's nothing happening on the track there. Make sure the car was obviously hard on the limiter there, so we just want to make sure there's no little bits and pieces or debris or bits of clutch or something like that down there.
Because I think with any of the all-wheel drive cars, it's not just the engine that cops the brunt of the vehicle's movement, is it? It's the drive line.
Gearbox, transfer case, clutch, axles. It's all happening. The car's driven, made its way back down under its own power, so that's all good. But if it's burning through clutch plates, there's going to be material and stuff coming out. So want to make sure that that's all clear.
So we were talking about clutch plates before, weren't we, off air?
Yeah, slightly different clutch plates.
Yeah.
Top fuel combinations.
But as you said, a good sign that was able to return back to the pits under its own power.
certainly a bonus on that one.
We have our next pair of cars sitting in the water box, ready to do a burnout when given the signal.
Yep, the Nissan Z back out again, and the FL5 Civic Type R. Really nice combination, but you can see the guys from Pack Racing have moved forward to the tunnel with the RX-9 down there, and Rob Margin's back with Zeus, waiting for their next pass. I can also see the Joker, Jason Both down there. And Luke with the VL is back out for another pass too. So plenty of cars still to make passes down here at Friday Night Lights, brought to you by Aeroflow Performance at Sydney Dragway. Just obviously a little bit of a delay with things that are a little bit out of our control.
That's it. I'm not sure what they found down there, but it's obviously important that the track is always in tip-top racing condition. Of course, any form of fluid or debris under your tyre at any speed, it doesn't matter whether you're racing a 25-second Cortina or a 5-second alcohol calf.
Yep. We don't want any of that happening.
Track has to be perfect, and that is one of the reasons why the cleanups do take that little bit of extra time, because we can't just put the rice hole down and go, off you go.
Yep, see you later. We want to give everyone the same opportunity to get a representative pass. We certainly work towards that.
See the smoke just lingering in the air out there, Pat. I dare say the temperature's probably dropped a little bit since you were out in the staging lanes earlier tonight.
I think it probably has. Bushy, I'd love to go and check,
but you won't.
But I'm required here.
We could send you out the back again.
Yeah, you could.
But I won't.
Thanks. Yeah, look, I think it's just it's a minor cleanup. It's just, whatever it is that's on the surface down there, just went for a little bit longer than we were hoping it for, but doesn't look like we're going to need to get the tractors out or anything like that again, so won't take too long.
All right, and tomorrow night, of course, the next bike night here at Sydney
bike
Dragway.
Night, I saw that. That's cool.
Yeah, I know you're pretty keen on the bikes, Pat. I know you've got at least one.
I've got two.
You got two. Okay.
I've got two. So yeah, I'm a big fan. The thing I love about having a bike is that it doesn't take up a lot of space, but it provides a heap of fun. It's it's a great feeling if you just need a couple of hours on a Sunday morning or something like that, or you just want something different to get to work on.
Yes.
Riding a bike is such a different feeling and experience to being in a car. Like you sort of get there the same, and you still got to abide by the same rules and everything on the road. But the way that you go about it on a bike, or just the feeling of being open, and you ride along, you'll smell different things that you'd miss on miss in a car, and sometimes that's a bad thing, sometimes it's a good thing.
Depends whether you're riding through farmland.
Yeah, farmland or whatnot. Yeah, so you definitely know when you're going past a cow paddock. But just a great experience, and it's a great way to enjoy. In some cases, high performance.
Yes.
Or any level of performance that you want to choose, with a relatively low entry point. So, but a great way to really find out how much performance the bike has is to bring it out here to the track. Go for it on a bike night, because then it's just bikes all night. It's not, the waiting for our turn in, lane 6 down there, or lane 7, I should say, that normally on a Wednesday night. Tomorrow night is all bikes all the time.
Yep. And they do tend to cycle through pretty quick as well, the motorcycles.
Yep. The great thing about a lot of bikes, I suppose, is it looks like we're going to make a quick pass with the tractor. The great thing that I love about bikes is that the performance, particularly once you start getting into larger capacity bikes, leader bikes, and things like that, for the most part, you don't really have to chase any more power.
No.
The challenge is actually getting it down. Keeping the nose of the bike down,
Yes.
trying to launch hard, and all that sort of thing. Modern superbikes have got 200 horsepower.
Yes.
Or thereabouts.
It's a scary number, isn't it?
When the bike weighs, 250 kilos or less, that's a pretty crazy power to weight ratio. So, yeah, it's certainly exciting. You've got all the late model stuff. You've got quick shifters. You've got auto blippers on the downshift.
Yes.
You've got different power modes, wheelie control, all that sort of stuff.
I was just going to say that the technology in some of the new bikes is certainly important and has its place in keeping the rider as safe as possible. But the manufacturer also noticing that and recognising that these aids are important for the rider to extract the full potential out of the bike.
Yeah, absolutely. Or then you can go sort of old school and you can just bring out a big cube, 120 cubic inch Harley or something, and just go bombing down the track.
Well, funny you say that. We had a racer on Wednesday night. It was 131 cubes.
Yeah, nice. That's
in 2 cylinders.
That's a couple of big bangs.
Yep.
Yeah. So really cool. So it doesn't matter what sort of bike it is. You can bring it out here. We'll have Groms and little Kawasaki 125 Pros and postie bikes. I'm sure there'll be a few posties.
We had a postie bike club here one night previously, and there was everything from your standard postie bike in the factory red, all the way up to one bike I think even had an extended swing arm. Yeah, so did an extreme bike style.
Yeah, nice.
I'm not 100% sure what motor was in it, whether it was still the original sort of layout or not. But yeah, it had an extended swing arm. They had an absolute ball.
Yeah, that's awesome. Awesome. Yeah, I've seen a few choppers and modified postie bikes. That's always pretty cool. But yeah, whatever it is that you've got, you bring it on down the Sydney Dragway. You can hold the thing flat out for the quarter mile and see what your bike's got.
Just stipulate that for the quarter mile you can.
For the quarter mile, you can hold it flat out. Yeah. But we do suggest winding off the throttle past that point. But it's a great opportunity to get out there and like you said, modern superbikes have got so much horsepower, got so much speed that the blink of an eye, you're in go to jail territory on the road.
Yes.
So to get out here and just really wring its neck, it's definitely going to give you the opportunity to see what it's got. We'll see how. What's the PC way of saying it? I was going to say how big your certain things are, but
your confidence levels.
Yeah, how high your confidence level is, or how you can hold your nerve, holding the thing wide open all the way down the quarter mile.
But yeah, on that point, much like the Aeroflow race for real events, the bike nights. Yes, you want to run fast, or as fast as you can. But that's the important part, as fast as you can. It doesn't matter. You might have only bought the bike a week ago. We're not here to say, that thing should run at 9 or whatever time the brochure says that it's going to. If you've just purchased the bike or you're new to riding, come out here and just have some fun. Just test yourself. We're not racing for sheep stations. It's just about getting out here, having a bit of fun.
Yeah. That's what it's all about, having fun. Yeah.
And the beauty of running a bike is you don't need any extra safety equipment than what you have already got.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah, you're going to have a helmet, you're going to have gloves, you're going to have shoes, jacket, etc., which is good. And also, if you're a new rider, you can come out here. If you're on your L's, if you're on your P's, you can come out and really see what the bike's got. Not have to worry about the red and blue lights at the end of the track or anything like that. So that's cool, and you might meet some people that you might want to go riding with if you don't have a crew that you go riding with. The Sydney Random Riders are out here all the time when bike nights are on.
Yeah, and that group always have runs on, social activities, that sort of thing as well. So they, from all that I've heard, a very good group of people, and all just want to get out there and ride their motorcycles around. And
it's definitely a good crew to get around. So make sure if you are interested in two-wheel variety of racing, you can get out here tomorrow night to Bike Night at Sydney Dragway.
kicking off at around 4 p.m. tomorrow afternoon. All right, I think that's. Is that the last round of the tractor, or is he coming back for another?
I think he's going to come back down this way, and then hopefully we'll be good to go. That's what I've got my fingers crossed for. Just very quickly while we do that, why don't we duck off to a very short ad break, and we'll hopefully be right back with some more racing here at Friday Night Lights. All right, we are back underway in the Rocket Lane down there. So little Civic has just made its pass. We got the Nissan Z back up again. Z or 400Z, or I can't actually remember what they ended up calling it. I think it was just Z, Nissan Z.
The V6 in them, wasn't it?
Yeah, V6 twin turbo. I think it's a 3-litre instead of the 3.8 in the GTR, if I remember correctly. All right, 1364, 110 miles per hour. Whoa, getting a little out of shape there for the little ute.
Yeah.
He's got the indicator on again.
Yeah, he's turning to the right.
Yep.
It's the way he was going. Right hand down. He was a bit crossed up there on the end of the burnout.
Yep. Should be all good. All right, here we go. It's going to build up some boost. Get this thing off the line. Nice launch.
Yeah,
Want to go a little bit to the right, but pretty clean.
1.4 seconds to the 60.
Indicators on. 3/4 track, 971 with a 5 at 142 miles per hour. Nice pass. All right, Lizzo, back it up. Got Martin Whelan behind the wheel. Let's see if they can get another good pass out of this car.
You were right, Pat. I think you said 8.4, didn't you?
I'm pretty sure it was, yeah.
It's on the
there you go,
screen
842 with the one at 174 miles per hour. That is not hanging around. Just got a new big turbo under the bonnet on that Barra, big Garrett, I believe. Gonna spool it up, gets away cleanly.
Wow.
They've laid some power into it early. It's moved on through half track. It's gone 514 at the half track, 791 with a 3 at 177 miles per hour. Congratulations, guys. That is a great pass.
Would that be a PB for that car, do you think?
I'm not sure if it's PB, but it's certainly cooking. 177 mile per hour. Not a huge jump over the previous pass in the mile per hour, but yeah, really nice. Good 5 tenths quicker.
Half a second in the ET. We saw drop there.
Really got out of the hole well. All right, George Ram back out in the RX-9. Pack performance. Get a few braps. I said 20B singing its song. Here we go, fireballs now. Rup. Oh. Rup. Oh.
I reckon he does it because he can.
Yeah, absolutely. You want some fireballs? I'll give you some fireballs. Good deal. Right, the crew just make some final adjustments. Make sure everything's good. We'll just help bring the car closer to the start line. Saves on the driver actuating the clutch and loading up the motor.
Main pipe out the left-hand side of the motor. I think the wastegate was on the right.
Screamers on the right, yep. You should be able to see the flame pop. I know it's on the opposite side of most of the crowd, but we've got the VIP parking crew up there on the eastern bank. Great vantage point. Plenty of tailgaters up there, so drop the back of the ute or sit in the back of the wagon. Here we go. George is going to bring it up. He's going to make some fireballs for you. Let's see what pack performance has for City Dragway. Ooh, big steer to the right coming off the line there. So well gathered up by George, and I'll get that car back down and get a bit of data and go again. Silver Tirana getting down there. Not getting a lot of wheel speed in the burnout down there. Fortunately, I might try and have another crack at that. That sounded a little bit more healthy, but the back end of the Tirana just wanting to make its way across the right-hand side of the lane there. A bit of a steer job. So we just see George make his way around the return road there. That's good. Let's see what we've got in the Tirana this time. Just the driver getting themselves all squared away and ready to move it forward into a stage. There we go. Moving forward to. All right, good to see we've got the cars got forward motion. That's what we want to see. Green light.
On 3-1 to the 60.
Pretty clean pass there, Bushy.
Yeah, it definitely looks that way. 8-1-9 with an 8-162 miles an hour.
I think I noticed some candles.
I did too.
Peeking out the bottom of the pipes. They're
yep.
sneakily hidden away under the car there. So
it lit up pretty quick, if that's what I could see.
Oh yeah. All right, here we go. Rob Margin. Got the Croydon Racing Developments GTR Zeus. Big RPM out of that billet block RB30. It's got a lot of tyre. It's got a lot of revs. It's got a lot of turbo. It's got a lot of everything going on. Haven't had the cleanest of passes tonight, so he's hoping that boys can get this one down and Rob gets a decent pass. Some more data and just for your own satisfaction at the end of the night, really don't.
Yeah.
You know, you just want to get some laps in.
That's exactly right, Pat. I'm sure that every driver down there wants to do a representative pass of what the car's capable of.
Yeah, I think you know, getting the 60 down's good, getting the short track figured out, you know, that's all pretty cool, but you just want to run it on down through there, right? At the end of the day, that's what we're here for, so hopefully we're at that point in the program for the guys from CRD.
Soon find out in a couple of moments' time here, Pat.
So, bringing Rob into stage. Yeah, we see Craig Burns down there from SCF Race Cars, got the cans on. Studying the car, see what it looks like. Big RPM, edging the car forward into full stage. There it goes. Oh. Looked a little better, but just a little bit unsettled, maybe a bit too much wheel speed. So Rob's backed out of that pass, but again, just rolls to a casual 977 at 106 mile per hour.
It's crazy, isn't it?
It's just insane, yeah. All right, King FPV.
Again.
Australia's fastest FG Ute, I believe. Could be quick Sparrow powered Ute.
Again, there's sparks out of the pipes for the CRD performance.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure what is doing that, but it could be, you know, I don't know, some material in a dump pipe. Maybe they've fabricated a new dump pipe, and there's, you know, just little bits of maybe, you know, weld dag or something on the inside.
Carbon buildup.
Yeah,
spark
could be
if it
carbon
gets
build
hot.
up. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it might be red hot, and then when it comes out and sees the air, you know, it's we can just see it. But let's see if Anthony Mescos can back it up. That's a clean launch from, but just didn't want to change into the next gear by the looks of things. But came off the line really nicely. A 129 with a 2 in the 60. Pretty impressive. That car is still a leaf spring car as well. By the way, it's not a 4-link car. Which makes their achievements all the more impressive, I should say. All right, so back into a couple more street cars. We've got a little Forester out here.
Seen a couple of the Foresters out here on Wednesday nights.
Yep. Yeah, some of them are a bit of a surprise package. Yeah, some big turbo options. Like, that thing came off the line a lot better than I was expecting, to be honest. So pretty sporty. Just short gearing, I think, is the problem, right?
Yeah.
Like, first gear starts and it stops straight away. So, yeah, 1354 at 109 is no slouch. That's a pretty good grocery getter. All right. It's really tidy Holden coming up next. Oh, just rolled through. Missed the lights on that one, so keep coming, keep coming, keep coming, keep coming, keep coming, keep coming. Yep, so those not too familiar with it, you'll see the car edge forward and it will bring on the top white lights, which is pre-stage beam, and then the second one, that is full stage. Once you've accepted both of those lights, you're telling the starter that you are ready to make a pass. And the car gets away with a little bit of wheel spin, but it's still making some pretty stout power, because as it gets on down through the 8th mile, 826.93 miles per hour, and it crosses the line at a 12.38 with a 121 miles per hour.
All right, as we can hear Jason Both down there.
Yep. The Joker.
In the Joker.
Let's see, got out of the hole last time, and then had a bit of a wander.
A bit. A bit. The tail was wagging, mate. The tail was wagging.
That's a pretty good burnout from Jason Both down there. Right. So we get Jason backed up into the groove. Just want to make get everything lined up nicely. Just checking something, catching our attention at the front of the car there. Make sure that there's nothing coming out of the car, which seems like it's okay. Could have just been a little bit of excess moisture from somewhere here or there, but you know, It's our responsibility to make sure that the car's going to go down cleanly. Big launch, bit of a steer from Jason. Gets further tonight than we've seen him under power for a little while. So good to see. There'll be a little bit of data from that. Look at the 60, 1067.
Yeah, wow.
106.
Certainly left pretty hard, didn't it, Pat?
Really, really nice.
Just about to get that on replay.
Here we go. It's quick.
You've rolled straight into stage.
Yeah.
And immediately the car started to move over towards the wall, and Jason doing, I believe, the right thing and just rolling out of the throttle.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's right. It's a beautifully presented car as well. That great purple color. We don't want to see any of that purple on the sponsor stickers on the wall. So
I'm sure Jason doesn't either.
yeah, another very stout burnout from the big VF Maloo.
Must have a line lock there because he's perfectly still doing that burnout.
Very nice. Let's see what it can lay down.
We'll just read because we won't be able to see it in a minute.
Well, yeah, no, there's too much smoke coming up here. It's away super sedately at 186.60. It's a little bit better than the previous pass, I'm pretty sure. He's going to run it out the back door. Oh, tried to get on the brakes early, but 10.25 with a 9 at 144. Slight improvement over the previous pass, but still lifting a little early, I think.
Yeah.
Certainly 9-second range available for that thing.
Luke Edwards now out for another pass in the VL.
A lot of limiter action there for the burnout from Luke. I wonder if that's sort of a burnout mode limiter that they've got in the Holly. Might be bringing that that limiter a little bit earlier in the RPM range so he can just drive into the burnout. Up on the two-step, a couple of pops and bangs, and away it goes. That got off the line a lot nicer in this one. 8th mile, 5:45 with a 3 at 115 miles per hour. Out the back door, an 8.83 at 147. So down on power on that pass. Maybe maybe out of it a little early as well.
Yeah, Luke currently our 12th fastest car that's run down the racetrack here tonight. Here comes our HQ.
Yep, the ProCharge Big Block HQ. A rowdy thing it is. Has zero issues knocking the tyres off that thing.
Because it's got no problem making boost either, Pat.
Yeah, it starts a burnout like it might be, you know, like a pro burnout car with like little skinny tyres on the back of it. But it's got the meats. Here we go. Off the line, bit of wheel speed. He's steering it. There's a drive job going on as it heads down the big end of the track. 7.83 at 175.
Yeah, so that's an improvement once again over the previous pass that it laid down.
Absolutely. Race Solutions Ute back out again with another very stout burnout. Getting all the heat in the tyres. Down there, laying down plenty of rubber. Up to the line too, so that could be a bonus. When it comes to getting off the line, it was clean, but probably not quite as maybe aggressive off the line. The last pass that the guys would have wanted. So let's see what they can do this time. Maroon might have increased the RPM a little bit on the two-step possibly, or looking for a little bit more boost. Just making sure there's no extra moisture on the racing surface there. All right, here we go. Race Solutions FG Barrett powered ute. New turbo. Still a little bit easy off the line. Maybe a little bit more boost required on that two-step. But it gets through 334.79. Not too bad, but obviously off it early for that one for Maroon. But yeah, it just sounds like the combination wants a little bit more boost to get it up on the tyre as it leaves the hole. But the guys will work on that. They've got more time. Right, Nathan White back out in the VL Commodore. Had a really clean pass last time out, but because it was a bit of staging issues with the other lane, got a bit delayed and let the car go before he was actually on the green. So let's see. He's got all the time in the world now. It's a solo pass. Hard on that limiter. Leaves 001 on the tree. About as close as you can get to a perfect reaction time. An 8.88 with a 3 at 150 miles per hour. Really clean pass from Nathan Watt there in the VL.
Good to see that he's able to take something representative away from tonight, of course.
Yeah.
He'll be back, I'm sure, next weekend for the next round of the Track
001 red is, it's you know you're going in the right direction when you're that close.
All right, our Ford Capri out on the start line. It's 139 to the 60.
Had a bit of a steer job around the 330 there, Bushy.
And we'll run on through for a 987 with a 136 miles an hour through the finish line. As a monstrous burnout laid down by the Ford Cortina down there in the rocket lane. Pat Elliott nodding with acceptance and appreciation, that's for sure.
Can't go wrong with all the RPM and all the smoke. That's a good deal. Even when it comes to a burnout, anyway.
All right, the Cortina ran a 986 earlier tonight. Oh, big wheel stand.
Holy moly.
And that's probably some fairly second-hand front shocks in that car, I dare say.
Possibly, yeah. And hopefully a healthy oil pan and not one that's been folded up. So.
I didn't see any sparks.
No.
See if I can get that on replay. Hopefully, fingers crossed.
To the moon.
Sent it. Oh, there was one spark when it came down, but yeah.
Yeah, wow. That thing wanted to go right to 12 o'clock, didn't it?
Yep. Only problem is when you get out of the throttle very quickly, it comes down very quickly.
Yeah, trying to find that balancing act is certainly not something I've had to do. Here it goes one more time. Look at that, dragging the bumper on the ground. All right, Natalie Howard back out in the RX3. Our PB just earlier at 840. See if we're able to maybe hit one more page up on the boost to get this thing down the track.
Adam interviewed Natalie earlier tonight, and unfortunately not going to get a repeat of an 840 that she ran earlier.
That bit of a shame there, but nonetheless, when you're chasing for PBs, you know, you do start to throw the kitchen sink at it,
Yes,
right? You
yeah.
just want to give me more power, more power.
Yeah. I guess you're kind of starting to feel invincible in a way.
Yeah. Sometimes it's a little bit over the top, but that's racing.
I'm sure she'll come back to Sydney Dragway in the very near future and try and build on the performance that she's laid down earlier tonight. And that is Sammy Joe down in the start, in the burnout box. Sammy carrying our onboard camera.
Yep. Very good. What do you reckon the chances are, Bushy, that the big shot has gone back into this car?
Pretty high, I reckon.
Pretty high.
This is the last one. I don't know what's involved in switching it.
Yeah. Just changing a little jet. Pretty straightforward. But they made nice progress with the previous two changes. So let's see what we've got on this one. There was a big delay with the tree dropping. So we'll let Sammy get into stage again. We'll restart. There it goes. 081 on the tree, 140.60. Seems to be working. 108 mile per hour to the half track. It's 993 at 133 miles per hour. So if that was the same nitrous jetting as the last pass, that's super consistent.
Yeah.
It was the big one. It's not working the way they wanted to. Just
The same pretty much the same ET and the same speed.
Yep. Very close. All right, we've got this really clean S15 back down here. That's coming off the line really nicely, but was breaking up a little bit maybe there. I'm not sure. It sounded a little bit like it on the track mic, but not certain.
Yeah, 1.4 seconds to the 60.
Pretty tidy. There's a little Honda that we haven't seen tonight, I don't think.
It's Humble, I think, is the number plate, if
yes.
Memory serves me correct.
It's
the all-wheel drive version of...
Yeah, these are always quite entertaining as they try and... Jaguar diff. Okay, interesting. All right, so yeah, common conversion when you're doing all-wheel drive swap on Civics is to run the CRV, Honda CRV componentry. But this one kept blowing up the CRV diff, so Jaguar diff now apparently is the next move. Nice short track.
Yeah.
Pretty good rolls to a 997 and 106 mile per hour.
It was 121 at half track, Pat.
I think it went, what, did it get third gear there under power, or was it just first and second maybe?
It would have been the top of second if it...
Yeah. That was a pretty cool pass. Love to see some more of that. All right, ladies and gentlemen, well, an announcement that we didn't want to make, but due to the oil downs on the track and the length of the cleanup required to make sure that racing continues safely, we will have to unfortunately postpone or call an end to the event this evening. On behalf of Sydney Dragway, all of the track staff here and everyone involved, Aeroflow Performance, Growl Racing, who are behind the show and shine tonight, we want to thank you so much for coming out to Friday Night Lights. It's a huge event that's only getting bigger, and we can't wait to have the next one here. But if you want more action here at Sydney Dragway, make sure you hop on by tomorrow. Bike night, main event, Saturday, 9th of May. It's going to be a good one, Bushy.
Yeah, exactly right, Pat. From 4 p.m, I believe, we're kicking off. So that's, of course, Sydney time, 4 till 10, I think. At 10, I think it finishes. So certainly going to be a good evening of motorcycle racing here at Sydney Dragway, brought to us by Sydney Random Riders, Heavy Duty Magazine, Science Harley Davidson. Hope to see, hear, or speak to you tomorrow afternoon. Of course, following next week, we have the 13th of May, which will be the Aeroflow Race for Real Drag Racing and Burnouts. That's next Wednesday, of course, kicking off at 6 till 10.
Phoenix there on the screen. That's a burnout car. Matt McCabe's brought Phoenix back from the US. Went and did a bit of a tour over there last year.
Yes.
So the Phoenix is back now, and I believe this will be the first run back on Aussie soil after a quick refresh and a couple of changes.
Yeah, nice. So that is, of course, this coming on Wednesday, and we like to thank you all for your patronage, those that came to the racetrack. Thank you to all those on the live stream that stuck with us. Sydney Dragway track crew worked their tails off tonight and got it done a number of times for us for racing to continue. On behalf of the Dragway, Pat Elliott, Adam Heron and myself, wish you all good night. Be safe on the roads, and we'll see you all again soon.